This is a look at Foxearth on the first day of January 1988. In the next 12 months, we will try and record some of the people and places of Foxearth. The population is numbered at 202. 26 children attend the village school. Agriculture is the only industry in the village, the brewery having closed some 30 years ago. The soil is composed mostly of medium loam. Crops grown are mainly wheat, barley, oilseed rape and sugar beet. Some beans and peas are also grown.
This is the village sign. The green. That is the old chapel. Telephone, box, kiosk, post box.
Have you got it?
Village hall.
There was. Taking the sign and going to back the car.
Formerly the village shop. Closed about 20 years ago. This is up the street towards Cavendish. This is the back of the village sign, which says given to the village to mark the years spent at Foxearth Hall by Mr. and Mrs. H.S. Chapman and family from 1953 to 1982. Down the street towards Sudbury. Up Mill Lane. Or Mill Road. This is the brewery sign, where the old brewery stands. This is up past the brewery towards Cavendish. Brewery gates. This is the schoolhouse. And the school. bus shelter. Foxearth Road. The old police station. That's Glebe side, looking towards the Sudbury direction. That's the lodge house, the old rectory. This is Church Walk. New trees down as a result of the violent storm last October. That is 1987. This is Glebe side. This is the church of St. Peter and St. Paul. This is the lich gate into the church. That is some of the storm damage. In October 87. This is Red Cottages, which were built by Joseph Eaton Hale in 1866, who then owned Brook Hall. In the first house lives Elsie and Leslie Cooper, daughter Maureen. Next one, Malcolm and Valerie Hastie. Next one is Bill and Nell Page, or William and Nell Page. And the last one, John Cook and Alice. This is Leslie and Elsie Cooper and daughter Maureen. Leslie served in the RAF during the war and worked at Brook Hall as a lorry driver for 40 years. Elsie served in the WAFs, that is the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, as a sergeant. This is William and Nell Page. William served in North Africa during the war with the Royal Engineers and also in Europe. Nell was born in Perthshire in Scotland. This is Jack and Alice Cook. Jack worked as a gardener at Brook Hall for most of his life, and Alice worked at the silk factory in Sudbury before the war. This is Malcolm and Valerie Hastie. Malcolm works at Brook Hall. Valerie works as a charge hand at Bushboak and Allen, which is a chemical factory at Liston. This is the milkman who calls 4 days a week. The co-op from Sudbury. He delivers all round the village.
This is the front room. This is the bathroom.
This is the landing.
This is the bedroom.
Now,
This is the dining room. This is the kitchen.
now this is number 21, Claypitch Road. This is the home of William and Ivy Sargent. I think these bungalows was built in the 1950s. But anyhow, we'll go and have a word with Bill and Ivy. Right, we're now in the home of Bill and Ivy Sargent. Now Bill, what year was you born?
1901.
1901? Oh yeah.
July.
Oh yeah. And whereabouts was you born?
And Sudbury.
You was born in Sudbury, was you? Yeah. Ivy, where was you born?
Preston.
You was born in Preston. What year was that?
Preston near Ladnam.
Oh yes, Ladnam, yeah.
1903.
1903. A while ago, wasn't it?
I believe.
Yeah. Now, you both worked at Liston Hall, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah. And what year was that?
I'm not dead sure.
I'm dead sure about that. But Lou 61, is she? We had her when we was up there.
Yeah, it'd be somewhere about in the middle, in the First War. Would it be somewhere in the First War? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
1917, something like that.
That's right, yeah. And what were your duties there, Bill?
I was a footman.
You was a footman, yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what did you do, Ivy?
In the kitchen, helped out.
You helped out in the
Kitchen maid and do coconut time.
I see, yeah.
The cook was off duty.
Oh, yeah.
Footman valet, you know.
Oh, was you? Yeah.
I used to look after the son there.
Oh, yeah. Now, who was the tenant there then?
Hey?
Who was the tenant? Who owned it or tenant at the house?
Colonel Brocklehurst Phillips.
Colonel Brocklehurst Phillips, was it? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And what's he? Some old, well, obviously retired.
He was
Yeah.
the 11th Hussars he used to belong to.
He what?
He was in the 11th Hussars.
11th Hussars, was he? Oh, yeah. I see. Now, how many people would work up there while you was there?
7 roughly, and it was
7 regulars.
7 regulars.
Well, that's in the house, was it really? Yeah.
7 in the house.
Yeah. What, there'd be gardeners and all?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Gardeners outside.
Oh, yes, yes. I mean, those gardeners here. How many gardeners would there be as well?
Mr. Plum worked there, didn't he?
4.
3 or 4, would it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And what did you do afterwards then, Bill?
Well, I went from Liston Hall, I went to Cherry Hinton Hall.
Oh?
And
What, same sort of job?
I same job,
Oh,
because,
yeah.
Over them.
and she made me butler.
Did she? Oh, yeah.
But when my wages was due, she didn't give me no more.
Oh, no.
Oh no, she wanted me to do the
Oh,
same.
was it the same people you went with?
Yeah.
Was it?
I
Oh, when
moved
they
to
moved
there.
from Lisbon? Oh, yeah.
She
Oh.
reckon I could do it on the same money.
Oh, yeah.
So many minutes before I got my bike in and come home.
Oh, yeah.
I chucked that up straight away.
Yeah.
When enough money could go on with it.
Yeah. Now, how many children have you had together?
9.
9 children. Yeah. Yeah. And how many grandchildren?
27.
27 grandchildren. Yeah. And you've got great-grandchildren.
There's 20.
20
There's
great-grandchildren.
one there that's adopted. She's like 20.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
She's supposed to
Oh. Oh, well. Well done. Thanks for talking to us.
be. Alright.
I'll just have a little look around the room because this is number 20 Claypitch Road. This is the home of Leslie Finch and his wife Gwen and son Peter. Leslie worked the most of his life at Western Hall. Peter works at Red House Farm. Leslie was in the RAF during the war, serving in West Australia. This is number 19, home of Donald Thomas, who was born in Bristol and worked as a docker at Avonmouth. He served in the army during the war, first in the Duke of Cornwall's Light Infantry, then transferred to the REME, that's the Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers. He served in Italy for 1 year, repairing armoured vehicles, etc. This is number 18, Claypit Road, home of Edna Smith, who was born in London. Edna served in the Civil Nursing Reserve during the war at Dartford in Kent. This is number 15, Claypit Road, home of Edward Probert and wife Margaret. Edward was a caretaker for most of his life at a mentally handicapped school at Enfield. Edward served in the Devonshire Regiment during the war, seeing service in Burma with the 14th Army. Margaret did war work as a radar assembler in Enfield. Now this is number 14, Claypit Road, home of Winnie Chinry. Winnie served in the ATS during the war as a cook.
Alright. Oh yeah, Tom.
Yeah. Now this is number 13, Claypit.
Yeah, that's right.
Claypit Road, home of John Abson. John worked as a machinist to crit all windows in Braintree for many years. John was a sergeant in the Royal Artillery, serving for 12 years, before and during the war, seeing service in the Middle East and Europe.
That's right. Every bit. Mississippi.
Right, this is number 12, Claypit Road, the home of Reg Chinry. Now, Reg spent most of his working life at Brook Hall and was recognised as being one of the best corn stack builders in the district. Now, Reg's grandfather was postmaster around the turn of the century. That is when the post office was near Foxearth Hall. Until the last 2 years, Reg was a keen gardener, winning numerous prizes at local shows. Perhaps Reg will point some of the cups and trophies out that he's won. Will you, Reg, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do you know which is which, Reg?
They were Ridgewell.
There was one at Ridgewell.
These three, Ridgewell.
Oh, yeah.
And these, that one and that one. And these two were Clare.
Claire. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
These small ones come from Ridgewell.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now that,
And
got a
this
big one.
master gardener came from Cavendish.
oh, yeah. That's the Cavendish show, yeah. Yeah. Very nice. You've got others, I suppose, certificates and one thing and another. But can't show them all. I'll just have a little look around your house, Rich, if you don't mind. That's your grandmother photograph, Reg?
Great-grandmother.
Your great-grandmother, was it? Yeah? That's old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Taken in Foxearth, 1953, coronation show.
Oh, lovely. Do well, Reg. Thank you very much. This is number 1, Mill Road, the home of Mary Allen. Was used as a police station
the village up till the early 30s. Next door, Dick Flagden.
We're now in the home of Mary Allen. Now, will you tell us, Mary, where you were born?
I was born in Podlingford, a little village the other side of Clare, 75 years ago.
This is really 75 years ago, yeah. Now, what year did you come to Foxearth?
Well, I married my husband Joe Allen of Borley and went to live at Red Cottages in 1935. Just 6 weeks after war broke out in 1939, our son and our only child, Colin, was born.
Oh, yeah. Now, you're the only founder member still belonging to the Women's Institute. Can you tell us something about the beginnings of the Institute?
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, the Institute's been a wonderful thing in this village. It's done so much good. We've been at war 3 years. In 1942, life was pretty grim because there were shortages. We couldn't get things and food was difficult. Some members had daughters and sons in the forces, and as the time went on, husbands as well when the older men got called up. And we had a headmistress in Foxearth Village School at that time was a lady who lived in Cavendish, Miss Grace Helen Shrive. She used to cycle up every morning with her little pet dog in the basket of her bike. His name is Monty, by the way. And she thought what Foxearth needed was a WI. To get the village together, to get the women together, and also to work together for the war effort. So she sent a message round by all the children to all the mothers and all the women who likely to be interested, booked the village hall, and so we gathered into the village hall in November 1942, where we had two ladies who were called VCO, which is Voluntary County Organisers. They came to explain all about the WI and its rules and its aims and that sort of thing. It was started in Canada to improve the lot of country women, which we have found it certainly is done for us. So after we'd had a preliminary meeting, we'd ask all sorts of questions. We were asked if someone would propose formally that we begin a Women's Institute. So, prodded by my neighbour, I was pushed to my feet and I found myself surrounded by women staring at me, and I blurted out, I hope that we should start a Women's Institute. Everyone agreed, so that was the first step. The next week we met to plan a committee and to plan when we should meet and all this and the other. And we then paid our subscription, which was 2 shillings. Nowadays it's £5.85 because, like everything else, it's risen with the cost of living. We've had a wonderful time in the Institute, absolutely marvellous. We've learnt so much and so many things. We've done so much good in the village, especially during the war when we gathered rose hips to make syrup for the children. And then we were asked by headquarters in London, all the institutes were asked, not we in West Suffolk, everybody, to make jam for the war effort with surplus fruit, hedgerow fruit and everything else. And we used to, they would supply any amount of sugar, and we were supposed to rush around and get the fruit, which we used to go to old age pensioners and people like that who would sometimes sell a whole tree of fruit, and they would sell it for 2pence and 3pence a pound. Of course things were cheaper then, and we made this marvellous jam. We had to have a lesson in making jam, which didn't suit us very much at first because we thought we were all good jam makers, but of course we had to learn to make factory jam, which is sweeter than our own jam. It's made with much more sugar and a lot of water. And what we found a bit disconcerting about it was, with a certain amount of sugar, a certain amount of fruit and a certain amount of water, you must produce so much jam and no more and no less. If you produced more or less, it was disqualified. If it was disqualified, it went to schools and hospitals. If it was passed as okay, we sold it to the co-op or cuttings at Glemsford. Our very first lot, we had made too much, and it was gorgeous jam. It was a beautiful colour, it was gooseberry jam. It was got a beautiful firm set, and honestly, we could have been proud of it, and we were. But unfortunately, it got failed because we'd made too much. However, when we got further on in the jam making with the plums and things, we got wise to that. We weren't going to turn the jam out of pots and boil it up again. So if we had a surplus pound or two, we tucked it away and said no, which was a jolly good thing, because one day a member was carrying some jam upstairs, we were waiting to be labelled, and she spilt some. So of course we produced the jam which we'd got, and nobody was any the wiser. And another ghastly moment when we found a huge spider. Don't know how it got there. We used to scald the jars, turn them upside down, warm them in the oven. It was so hot. We put the boiling hot jam in. Whenever that spider got in there, I do not know. And I often laugh about it now and wonder how on earth it got there. I can remember seeing it. Great fat thing with long legs spread eagle against the side of the jar. Well, we did that, and we made, in the end, we finished in late September. We made Bullis jam. It wasn't a very popular Bullis jam, but we had to have what we could get during the war. Another thing which puzzled us really and made a lot of unnecessary work, the rule was there mustn't be more than 3 stones in a pound jar and 5 in a 2-pound jar, which of course is understandable when you get these huge plum stones, because there would be quite a loss of a tablespoon of jam, which was precious. However, we got all over that, and at the end we made £20 in money. Now we didn't know what to do with that lovely £20. We wanted to do something to help the community that we were in. So we hit on the idea that we would give it to the Nursing Association so that they could buy one of these new gas and air gadgets which were to help mothers in labour. We wrote to the secretary, and she wrote back and said, oh yes, by all means, they would love the money, thank you very much. But certainly there's no need to buy a gas and air gadget, because when she had her children, she got on with it. She didn't bother. So anyway, in any case, a nurse couldn't be spared to train. We were very disappointed, so we decided we wouldn't give it to the Nursing Association. It went to county headquarters at Bury. We were awfully disappointed about that, but there you are. What else have we done? Oh, we learned to do so many things during the WI. We learned to act. That was great fun. We had a policeman at that time, Police Waite, who was a great organiser, and he combined with us, and we used to have weeks of money raising for the war effort, called Bombs for Berlin and Wings for Victory and things like that, and we'd perhaps have a whist drive and a social collection around the village and a raffle and things like that. And the Women's Institute mostly did socials, and then we would do our little bits of acting and singing and things. And we all sort of got together and had a wonderful time, really. Women's Institute, it's been wonderful in this village. I am a founder member. I was secretary for a long time. I've been vice president and ordinary committee member, and I've been a president for 9 years. It's taken a most tremendous part of my life. I shall always be pleased. I've made so many friends. I've learned such a lot too. I'm still learning, actually. Yes, I'm still a committee member. I have worked hard in the village. I suppose I shouldn't say that, but I have. I've been secretary of the church council, and I'm still a member of the church council. I was secretary of the village hall for over 20 years, and when I took over the village hall, we were 30 bob in debt. The first thing I had to do was to raise a quick little mini fete in the hall. Within a month, I had run all around the village, and I'd worked with quite a lot of other people. I didn't do it all myself, but I organised it, and we made about £60, which put the village hall nicely on its feet, and of course it's been on its feet ever since, actually. What else have I done? Well, sadly, I'm a widow now. I still like to keep active, though. I've got two hobbies. I do crosswords and I try and paint. I shall never make the Royal Academy, but I have a lot of fun over it and I really enjoy it. Altogether, in spite of being a widow and very lonely moments, I suppose really, I'm quite content, really, I suppose I am.
Oh, well.
Can't think of anything else
No.
to say, dear.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thanks for giving a few moments of your time.
Well,
Well, we're now in number 2 Mill Road. This is the home of Dick Langton, or Richard Langton, I suppose.
Put Dick.
You put Dick, yeah. And he was born in what year, Dick?
1909.
1909, yes. He worked at Brook Hall
Yeah,
all his life,
that's right.
yeah. These are Robridge Meadows, after one of the wettest Januaries in memory. This is from the top of Potted Hill.
Can't get green.
Right, we're now at number 3 Claypitch Road. This is the home of Graham and Sylvia Chinley. Now, Sylvia, these are your children?
Yes, Davina and Edward.
Oh, so Davina and Edward, oh yes. Now, Graham, can you tell us where you work?
I work on a farm at Belton Wilder, Waits Farm.
Waits Farm, Belton Water, oh yeah. Now, Sylvia, you work as well. Can you tell us what you do?
Yes, I help out at the local school. I help out in the playgrounds at times, and I do some craft work and needlework in the afternoons.
Oh yes. That's in the village Foxearth School,
Yes.
yeah. Yes. Now, where was you born, Sylvia?
My family used to farm at Easton Hall, Borley, and then we moved to Bradfield's farm when I was about a year.
Oh yeah, Bradford, that's in Foxearth, yeah.
Yes.
Now, Graham, where were you born?
Well, I was born actually in Foxearth, number 9, Council House.
You was born number 9, yes.
That's right, yeah.
I see. Yeah, okay. Well, thanks very much. Thank you very much for talking to us. Right, we're now in number 1 Claypitch Road. This is the home of Victor and Joan Hibble. Now, Vic, can you tell us where you worked?
At Western End.
You worked at Western End, did you? Oh, yes.
Mr. Penny.
You worked at Penny, yes. That was until you got disabled, didn't
Yes.
you? And when was that?
In 51.
You got disabled in 51, you had a back injury, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. Now, you served in the army, Vic. Which regiment did you serve in?
RAs.
RAs, Royal Artillery, yeah. Yes. Now, you served abroad. Can you tell me where you served?
Yes. France and Belgium, Holland, and Germany.
Did you? Oh, yes. And you was abroad what?
About 2 years.
About 2 years, was you? Oh, yeah. Yes. Now, Joan, you were in the Land Army, I believe.
Yes, I was in the Land Army for 3 years.
You was in there for 3
And I met
years.
my husband in 1944.
You did, oh, yeah.
Worked for Mr. Pick
At
Kennington Hall.
Kennington Hall, was
near
it?
London.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I see. Okay. Joan and Vic, thank you very much for talking to us.
Now this is number 2 Claypitch Road. Now, this is home of Ruby Cancel and her son Brian.
Foxearth School. This is the school field and the school playground. You can see the old hall and the 2 classroom extensions that were built in 1967. One classroom for the juniors on the right and one for the infants on the left. There's a little playground area, hard area for netball, and then there's a field area where they have their sports. Next door is the schoolhouse. Traditionally it was lived in by the head teacher. It still is lived in by the head teacher, although it's privately owned now. On the far side of the playground is the swimming pool, which the children use in the summer, heated by solar panels. It gets very warm indeed. On the school field you can see some new young trees that were planted after October's hurricane, and you can also see all that remains of a Wellingtonia sequoia that was over 100 feet tall and unfortunately was felled over a year ago because it was split by lightning. In the distance you can see the old rectory, Foxearth House, owned by Mr. Roger Douglas Hughes and his family. To the left of the Wellingtonia stump you can see an old road wagon. This belonged to the Brand, a local family of farmers, the Brand family. It's over 120 years old. Behind the road wagon you can see in the distance the tower of Foxearth Church, the Church of St Peter and St Paul. Now on the school field, as well as the young saplings which are planted, are several old apple trees. They still bear fruit. The children love to gather in the autumn, and there is a rope swing on one of the old trees which they play on. Near the school fence there's an old pump. Unfortunately it's rather rickety and we're not quite sure if in fact it will still pump any water, but we've had a lot of rain this year, so it's quite possible that the old well has been filled up again since it was drained in the 1960s. Behind the school fence on the other side of the drive you can see two little red brick semi-detached houses. The one on the right is called Orchard House. That's lived in by the Brown family, and on the left is Orchard Lodge, which is lived in by Mrs. Mabel Evans. This is Mrs. Mabel Evans, who lives in Orchard Lodge, Foxearth. Mrs. Evans, when did you first come to Foxearth? When did you first move here?
I first moved here after being in Pentlow, teaching that school from 1926 to 1939. Then I came to Foxearth School.
And you came as the village schoolmistress, did you?
Yes, I did.
That's right. And whereabouts?
Well, infant mistress.
Yes. Whereabouts did you live when you came to Foxearth?
In the schoolhouse, Foxearth.
That's the little. That's the part of the school.
I lived there for 27 years.
27 years. What was it like then when you first moved in? You say you moved in 1939, so you must have been there when the war broke out. Is that right?
Well, the first Sunday war broke out, we had all evacuees coming down from London.
And did you have any staying with you in the school?
Yes, I did. I had a lady and her two children and another girl. Oh, well.
And all squashed in a small schoolhouse?
Yes,
right.
There's plenty of room there.
Plenty of room. Were you living on your own in the schoolhouse then, apart from these evacuees, or...?
No, my sister was with me for many years, till she married again.
And what do you remember about your life in the schoolhouse then?
Oh, it was lovely really, because I did a lot of wartime work in the village. I had the youth club that was formed in about 1942 during the war. And we had quite a big attendance, up to nearly 40 youngsters came in, some from the surrounding villages.
And what was the schoolhouse like in those days?
Oh, well, it had an old copper in the back kitchen and a pump.
Was that for your water? You could pump your water?
Well, we could, but we could never use the copper because it's got a hole in it and it's never done. And the pump didn't work properly. So in a year or two after, we had them both taken out, both the copper and the pump.
And when you were living in the schoolhouse, you got married, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And who did you get married to?
I got married to Basil Evans, the blacksmith here.
And had he lived in Foxearth a long time? Was he a local man?
He was a local man, and his father before him was a blacksmith there, a master blacksmith. And Basil carried on his father's work after his father died.
So whereabouts did he work? Where did he do all his smith work?
Well, in a sort of a shed that he hired from Mr. Ward, I think.
And that's the little building that's on Mill Lane, is it?
That's still there, I think.
It's still
isn't
there,
it?
is it? Yes.
No, I don't know what it's used for now.
No, I think it's just used as a garage now, isn't it? It's not
probably.
It's not used
Yeah,
for work
probably.
anymore. And when did you first move across here to Orchard Lodge?
Well, it's 22 years come next September.
22 years.
1966. 1966, yes.
It's a very big house for somebody all on their own, isn't it? Are you wanting to stay in Foxearth? You've
Yes,
lived
I
here a long
hope I
time.
shall live here and die here.
So you're obviously very, very happy in Foxearth. You
Yes,
want to move away.
Yes, well, I know Pentlow and Foxearth people, quite a number of them, taught them too.
Now, you've been here a long time. What sort of changes have you noticed in all the time you've been here in Foxearth? How has it changed? Because it must have changed somehow.
Well, it has changed quite a bit, because we had quite a lot of youngsters in the school. When we had the evacuees in, we had about 80 to 90 children in the school then, during the war, about at the beginning of the war, we had about 80 to 90 children in the school.
And there are not so many now, are there?
No, and what I noticed most is that later on we all seem to be getting old, and so the school went down in numbers such a lot.
That's right. So it's very difficult for a while for young families to move into the village because there's not very much work here, is there?
Well,
Not
there was then.
Was there then?
The brewery, yes, there were quite a lot of people who worked at the brewery, living in Foxearth at that time.
But they didn't.
But it didn't last long. No, it didn't last very long.
What sort of happy or humorous memories have you got of when you were teaching at the school and living in the schoolhouse? What about during the war? I mean, was it very difficult? Did you have to have blackouts and things?
Oh yes, had the policeman round. One who married my sister, his son married my sister. We had him round several times. We've got light showing through the window.
That's little chinks of
That
light.
was Mr. Waite.
Mr. Waite. And what about your facilities and things? I seem to remember you telling me once that there was no piped water. Where did people used to go in the village for their water?
We had a pump near the village hall. For years and years we had to fetch our water from that pump.
And what about electricity? When did you first have electricity in the village?
Well, there was no electricity in the schoolhouse until the end of the war. Most of the village had been done because the schools was going to be changed and the Pentlow people were coming in. They forgot about that, I think. The school got left till after the war. But as soon as the war had finished, the managers saw that we had electricity put on in the schoolhouse. So that by that time all the village was completed.
So everyone had electricity then?
Yeah.
So that would be about 1945, 1946?
1946. It would be 1946. When the war was over, yes, that was 1946, wasn't it?
That's right. Didn't the children have to collect water, though, for quite a long time when they were in the school?
Oh,
Didn't
yes,
they have to go
no water on in the school at all. They had to fetch it from that pump.
So it had to be carried in little relays, I suppose, was it?
Yes.
That's right.
We had an air raid shelter in the school yard.
Where the playground
The
is
back
now.
playground, yes. Had an air raid shelter there. And the headmistress in that time, Miss Ryan, thought it would be a good idea if we had our meals in that.
So you used to eat in there?
So we had to eat in there, but after a year or two, she was banned from letting that be done.
Were the meals cooked at the school, or was it just the children who were bringing their own sandwiches at lunchtime? Or was there a meal actually provided, cooked in the school then?
When we first had the school dinners, there was no room for... there was no room for a kitchen, and it was brought from Sudbury for many years. Yes, it commenced during the war, the school dinners were brought.
Can I ask you something now about your husband, Basil, when he was working as a blacksmith here in Foxearth? Didn't he used to be connected with the church in some way as well? Wasn't he quite actively involved with the church?
Well, he used to attend church regularly, but he was...
Did he ring bells, or
his father was the bell ringer. He was the chief bell ringer there.
And he was a keen gardener, wasn't he?
Yes. Basil was clean gardener, so was his father before him.
Yes. Didn't he used to look after the local allotments? Or
yes.
Them?
He used to take the rent for the allotments and give it to the farmer who owned the land.
Yes, was that Bob Jackson?
Yes. Yes, well, he was the manager for the farmer, anyhow.
Have you got any other fond memories of Foxearth? Things that perhaps make you smile when you look back and you think of all the funny things that might have happened in the village? What about funny characters who are perhaps no longer living in the village? They've maybe moved on or passed, or...
I don't know a lot about it.
One thing I know, you said that in the past everybody had to go to church, didn't they? Or it was expected that most people would go to church, but there was a chapel as well, wasn't there, in Foxearth?
There was. When I first came in during the war, there was a chapel in Foxearth. I didn't attend it very much. In fact, I was really too busy to go on Sunday evenings after going to the village church in the morning. And but it closed down because they couldn't get a preacher very often. And it was made into a garage, as you know.
That's right, it was still a garage, right?
It was well attended, though, was the chapel. Nobody seemed to mind in those days whether we went to church or chapel or both.
So you could spend your Sundays going from one to the other then, I suppose.
Yes.
That's right. What about other changes that you might have noticed in Foxearth? When the shops, for instance, there was a shop.
Well, we did have a real good village shop, but with the competition in the supermarkets, and the big stores opening in Sudbury. Of course, really, Mrs. Ham, who was carrying on the shop after the death of her husband then, felt that, I think she felt anyhow that it would have to close down in time because she was getting less and less trade. People had cards, and after the war they sort of went to the supermarkets.
What about the local roundsmen, the local tradesmen? Do they still come and deliver things in the village at all? We have bread deliveries, don't we? The bread man still comes, doesn't he?
Yes, I think.
Does anyone else still
I
come?
don't have him, but we have a baker is a Friday man, as we call him, comes with oil for people who still use oil.
That's right. And what about the greengrocer? Do we have the greengrocer or the
Well,
fishmonger?
no, most of the, as far as I know, there's no greengrocer now, because we did have one for some years, but again it was the opening of the supermarkets, I think, and people had cars after the war, and gradually they drifted away from coming round weekly.
Where do you do most of your shopping now, then? Where do you do most of your shopping now, Mrs. Evans?
Where did I do it?
Where do you do your shopping now?
Now? Oh, my sister does it for me in Long Melford. Most of it, anyhow. Other people help me too. My neighbours help.
Well, Mrs. Evans, Do you still have any contact with any of those children that you used to teach, or perhaps who were evacuees living with you in the schoolhouse all those years ago?
Yes, I do. Some evacuees who came with the lady and 3 children. They still visit me. The lady and the 3 children, who had the 2 children and Olga, they still visit me yearly.
Now, Olga was very special, wasn't she?
Yes, very special, because the lady who came with her own 2 children had taken Olga into her home because her mother had left. And after that, her father wouldn't let her go back to London, and so I kept her.
So
she
really
stayed with me for 7 years.
So you brought her up in many ways? She was
Yes,
like your
I
own
did.
daughter.
From 4.5 to 11.5, I think. 7 years.
And she still comes to visit you?
Yes, well, she still comes to visit me and does a lot for me now. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, Mrs. Evans, thank you very much for talking to us and telling us some of the things that you remember about Foxearth. Thank you.
Right. Here we have Orchard House and the Brown family. There's Norman, a son Luke and Elmer, and there's another daughter who's not with us today, Hannah, who's not very well. Mr. Brown, how long have you lived in Foxearth?
Must be 7, coming up to 8 months now.
And what made you choose Foxearth?
Well, we lived in another little village called Pebmarsh. We wanted a bigger house, and we also wanted to live in a village. And so this house came on the market, and it suited us very well indeed. So we were very pleased to be able to move into Foxearth.
And how have you found Foxearth then? What about Luke? What do you think of Foxearth? A lot of people think it's a very quiet little village.
Yeah, it's quite quiet, but it's quite friendly as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's found the transport to school, the taxi drivers and people, really very nice. They've been charming, haven't they? And helpful to you.
And whereabouts do you go to school, Luke?
Hedingham School.
And I'm a teacher as well. I'm the headmaster of another little village school, Pebmarsh School. So I travel over there every day, sometimes on the bike.
And what about Elmer? Do you work at all?
Yes, I'm a teacher and I work in Sudbury in Salters Hall School. Anything more about the village? Yes, we like living here.
Yep.
We haven't got to know many people yet, but that'll come, I think, when we spend a lot of time driving backwards and forwards at the moment.
I'm told that the way to get to know people in Foxearth is to get an allotment. I think that's
certainly
a bit drastic, but I've got an allotment now, so I'm waiting to meet lots and lots of people.
Right, well, thank you very much then, Mr. Brown, Elmer and Luke.
Hawks Farm, built in 1871 by Joseph Eaton Hale. It is now the home of Mark and Claire Matheson. We'll now go in and have a word with.
Hello, my name's Mark Matheson. This is my wife Claire and the young baby Stuart, 3 months old. We've been living in this house for just over 10 years now, and I was born in London and moved to Suffolk about 20 years ago. Claire was born in Bury St Edmunds and has travelled around a little bit, but we ended up in Foxearth and done a fair bit since then. I've got a small business making ultraviolet water sterilisers, and these are used in quite a lot of places for getting bacteria in water supplies such as this house. Got a problem here, haven't we? He was happy a minute ago.
Here we are.
Claire can describe her job.
I'm an occupational therapist at the local hospital, which is
mainly working with elderly. An occupational therapist, basically working with patients. Would you rather have a little bit of a gap without the baby crying?
Okay.
Okay. Would you like to have this little young man in the photograph if he's going to be interesting? I'm not going to cry his eyes out. There we are. Stuart here is just 3 months old.
Stuart, what's his second name?
Stuart Robert Lorry.
Stuart Robert
I don't think
Lorry.
he's going to look at the camera for you.
I see, he is, he's right.
Is he going to smile?
Yeah.
Normally we get a smile by...
No, doesn't look too.
A little slight smile. Normally we get smiles by the...
Probably doesn't like the lighting.
Yes.
Turn him over
So,
the camera again and see that.
There we are.
That's your lot, mate.
That's your lot.
That's your lot on camera.
So, yes, I work or have worked and going to be going back to the local hospital, Walnut Tree, where we have mainly elderly patients. I'm mainly concerned in the rehabilitation of people after they've had illness or some reason to take them into hospital, to help settle them back at home, help them able to manage and be independent in their own homes, which may well be involved with walking, dressing, bathing, cooking, the sort of things. So in fact I go into many of the local houses and do my best to help them settle into those environments. My interests while I'm at home include keeping some chickens, which are outside at the moment, and we have free range in the summer. The garden, and we've put in a large number of changes to the house while we've been here, including a silver birch tree that we transplanted when it was already 20 years old. So it's meant a nice mature tree in the garden. And also my other interest is flying and gliding with my husband Mark. So perhaps Mark would like to tell us a little bit about the house.
Go on, take him away for a minute. You come back in a minute. Yes, as I say, we moved here about 10 years ago, and the house was basically, originally, just 3 rooms, where this living room has been made into one large room. It was originally 2, and there was 1 room there. The previous owners, Eddie Webb and his family, had added on a kitchen and bathroom, a 2-storey flat roof extension, and we added on a further room, the dining room and bedroom at the end of the house. And more recently, we've added a conservatory and an extension to the front of the house, which extends this living room. The garden has changed quite a lot. Okay, this is a painting which my sister-in-law did just after we moved to the house, and it's quite interesting as a record of the state the house was in when we moved here. The extension, the 2-storey extension at this end of the house has increased the overall appearance of size of the house quite a lot, and the new front extension around the front door. You can see that from the comparison with the start of this piece of film. The garden itself was fairly bare and mainly lawns with a few rose bushes, and we put in quite a lot of shrubs and small trees, a few fruit trees and things. And there'll be an interesting comparison with the start of the film to see the changes in 10 years of just the house itself.
Yes. Well, we've been here. In fact, we haven't had much reason to go into Foxearth much of the time. There's very little left in the way of community that has been to attract us, both working in Sudbury. However, since we've had the baby, I've been taking more note of the village school and the fact that it's now got a reprieve, and knowing more people, in fact, in the village because of him. So I'm very pleased to know that the village school is likely to continue for the foreseeable future, and hope that it keeps a little bit of village community life together, which, apart from the post box, the telephone box and the church, is really or in the brewery, really all holds the village together.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes. Thank you very much for doing the photography for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Claire.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Whiffen. It's my wife Heather, my two sons Joseph and Thomas. Joseph's 8, Thomas 6. We've lived in the village for 7 years now. 2 boys attend Foxearth School. I work as a bricklayer, working mostly in the East Anglia area.
Yes.
In my spare time, I like to play football. And I play for Cavendish, a local village team.
Yes. Heather, did you do some part-time work, you said?
Yes, part-time work, Cavendish, Sue Riders,
Yeah.
Old People's Home.
Oh, yes. That's old people, that's... Yes. So it was refugees,
Yes.
I think that, wasn't it? Yes. Displaced persons, yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
And my hobbies, I like to swim and keep fit.
I see. Okay. Right. I'll just have a... We're now in number 6, Claypitch Road. This is the home of Fred and Carol Maxim. Now, Fred, what did you do for a living before you retired?
I worked in the building trade.
You was in the building trade, oh yes. And whereabouts was you born?
Red Cottages, Foxearth.
Red Cottages, oh yeah. Now, Carol, where were you born?
Born in Sudbury.
You were born in Sudbury, yeah. And what did you do before you married?
I was a shop assistant
You was a shop assistant, oh yeah. Whereabouts, by the way?
at the International.
International was you, yeah, I remember that, yeah. Now, Fred, you served in the army. Can you tell us where?
Yeah, I served in the army during the Second World War.
And which regiment was you in?
I done training in the RASC and then transferred to the Catering Corps.
Oh yeah.
And served in the Middle East.
Oh, you served in the Middle East, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Is that all right?
Yes. Now, I'll just have a little look close up of you. Number 10, Claypitch Road. This is the home of Harold Newman and his son David. Harold was born in 1897 and is the only surviving man in the village who fought in the First World War. Harold was in the East Surreys, which was an infantry regiment, and served in France and fought at the Somme, and suffered from a mustard gas attack. Thank you, Harold. Thank you, David.
Is it ready? Are you ready again?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
You have to see.
Right, hello. We're the Bonneton family. We live in Claypitch in Foxearth. I'm Polly. I work for Ramsey School in Halstead as a French teacher, which isn't very surprising when you listen to my husband speak later on. This is my first son, Luke. This is Luke. He's just 4. He was 4 in January. He goes to Greenways Nursery School in Halstead. He's due to go to school in September next. This is Max. He's nearly 2. He doesn't go to school at all, as you can imagine. And this is my husband, Eric.
Yes. Eric François Laurent, Bonneton. I was born in Algeria. I traveled quite a lot in Africa. I was soldier and I did a lot of jobs before coming to this country with my wife and my first child. And I'm now a psychiatric nurse and I work in Ipswich with violent patients. Very nice job. I like Foxearth because it's very quiet and very nice indeed.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
This is Brook Hall, which was probably named after Gilbert at Broke, who was the owner in 1319. In 1487 it was a hamlet called Borley Parva. Today it is the home of the Brand family and has been since around the 1870s. That's the bungalow, Brook Hall. Brook Hall cottages.
I'm John Brand. This is my family with me. I'll let them introduce themselves to you.
I'm Celia Brand.
And I'm Clive Brand.
I'm Richard Brand.
I'm the eldest son of Oliver Brand, who lived here before us. He formed a farming company here in 1957, just over 30 years ago. At that time we were farming 1,100 acres. It consisted of Brook Hall, Lower Hall, Huntsman's Farm, that's in the parish of Foxearth, Bunting's Farm, Ropers, and Pentlow Street Farm in the parish of Pentlow. Since then, in 1969, we have purchased 500 acres at Borley Place Farm in Borley. This was off the Payne family who retired. And just recently, in 1987, we purchased the land at Foxearth Hall, consisting of 286 acres. We now farm a total of 500 acres in Borley, 850 acres in Foxearth, and 500 acres in Pentlow, making 1,850 acres altogether. Way back in 1948, the farm employed 27 employees whose average wage was just over £4 a week. In 1964 we were down to 18 employees, earning an average of £10 a week. In 1988 we are down to 10 employees for a 40-hour week, earning just over £100 a week. And on that they have 21 paid days holiday a year. Father had a herd of red poles here at Brook Hall in 1955, some 51 cows. Gradually, with the introduction of red and white Friesians and Danish Reds, which were imported to try and help improve the milk production of the red and whites, the herd was split in the early 1960s. The red and white Friesians moving to a new herd down at Pentlow Street Farm. Both herds then consisted of about 65 to 70 cows in each herd. And again in the latter part of the 60s, the red poles were gradually phased out in favour of black and white Friesians. This continued until 1986, when both herds were amalgamated in a new unit at Ropers Farm, Pentlow. The herd now consists of 130 cows, looked after by one man and a student. The herd average is 6,800 litres per cow per annum, which roughly is half as much again as what they were producing in 1965. Milk is now retailed by us at 16p a litre. In the 1940-50s, the main income from the farm on the arable side was from barley, followed by sugar beet, and to a much lesser extent winter wheat. Now it is much more even, 50% barley, 50% wheat as our main income, with sugar beet still an important part of the farm. The yields in the 1960s were about 1.5 tonnes per acre. In the 1970s they went up to 2 to 2.5 tonnes an acre. In the 1980s, 3 to 3.5 tonnes an acre. The price in the 1960s for malting barley was around about £22.50 a tonne, and wheat similar, about 23 a tonne. But the prices we're now receiving for our wheat and barley are about £100 a tonne. We need 2.5 tonnes an acre to cover our costs. Our fixed costs are just over £200 an acre, most of which is the high cost of machinery. To give you an example, a combine is now costs us £80,000 and a 160 horsepower tractor £43,000. The one correction I wish to make is earlier on I said we retail milk. We don't, we wholesale milk. It all goes to the Milk Marketing Board. The farm cropping at the moment is approximately 750 acres of wheat, 700 acres of barley, 170 acres of sugar beet, 70 acres of beans, 70 acres of peas, and 130 acres of grass. Of course, this gives us very much involved in the farm, and farming is very much a 7-day week occupation, but we must have our pleasure, and we enjoy playing sport. My particular game is hockey, and that to me is my relaxation when I go away and play my game of hockey.
Thank you, John.
I'm John's wife, called Celia. I was born at Gessingthorpe, which is another village about 5 or 6 miles from here, and I also came from a farming family. In fact, my 2 brothers, they still farm there in Gessingthorpe and at Belsham. We have 2 sons who you met earlier. They have both now left school and are keen to carry on in the farm. The eldest son, Clive, he's been away at Agricultural College for a year and is now back home with us. And the youngest son, Richard, he is shortly going off to college, in fact this next September, to do a 3-year agricultural course. I help on the farm by working in the office. I do all the farm office work. I do the accounts and field records, which is now done on computer. This helps us a lot. My sister-in-law Pamela, she also does some of the office work, mostly on the cattle side. My hobbies, well, they're also tied up with sport as well. I play tennis mostly right through the year, weather permitting, and my other relaxation is I enjoy needlepoint embroidery. This is our kitchen, and here you can see the Aga. This is a stove which we use for virtually all our cooking here in the kitchen. It keeps us lovely and warm. It keeps hot the whole time. Both the tops lift up, and then there are 2 ovens as well. It also heats all our hot water in the house, so it's really very economical. I also do have another old electric stove, which is only used on emergencies really, or if I have a very large number of people to cook for. You can see also up the corner mixers and other general day-to-day tools that are used in cooking. Hanging up here in the kitchen you can see there's half a side of bacon. This I cured myself. We do have from time to time a few pigs that we raise and fatten purely to give us some meat, and I usually do about Christmas time a couple of hams and some sides bacon, which I sweet cure in an old sort of Suffolk recipe, and that you can see is one of them hanging there. The kitchen is next door to the office, and situated underneath the kitchen cabinet there, just above the television, you can see our citizens band radio. This is our means of communication with the other members of the family or men on the farm who are in vehicles and also have a receiver, and we can talk backwards and forwards between ourselves if the need so arises. Over this side of the kitchen we have a dishwasher. You can see it's got some of our things in from breakfast this morning. It means now that we only have to wash up once a day. The only other problem is that we have to have a lot more crockery and cutlery in order to last us like that. The cups and saucers all go at the top, and the plates, big plates, go at the bottom there. Over here we have a refrigerator, and above it a microwave oven. This is certainly very useful at times, especially for defrosting frozen food and reheating things up quickly when not all the members of the family come in for a meal at the same time.
Okay, Sarah, thanks very much. Hello, I'm Paul Raymond. This is my wife Lynn and my daughter Carrie. We've been living in Foxearth now for 2 years, I think. What else have I got to say? And I work in Mojo at Sudbury. I've been there for 10 to 11 years now. That's very good. My hobbies are plane spotting, I do a lot of the time. And I'm a pretty keen gardener at the moment as well. Can you say a few words in Lynn, Carrie?
Well, my name's Lynn, as Paul has just said. I used to be a dog handler and kennel maid for the Ministry of Defence Police at RAF Wethersfield till I got married and then had her, and I had to give it up. My hobbies are knitting and crocheting, and I think that's about it, and then looking after her all day. That's about it.
I can't do much else. Oh yeah, you can say where we used to live. I used to live at Little Henny. It's where I was brought up and I've always lived till I come here. You used to live at Barfield, didn't you?
Yeah, a little village called Great Bardfield.
Near Finchfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it looks just not a normal village, but it's meant to be one of the prettiest villages, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think that's about it.
Hello, my name is Graham Newman. This is my wife Jenny and my son Christopher. We live at 9 Claypits Lane, Foxearth. We've lived here for 18 months. Christopher attends Foxearth School. I'm a director of a plumbers merchants based at Halstead and of a water softener manufacturer based at Rain. My spare time interests are computers and electronics.
I work for a local heating and ventilating engineer at home, so that fits in nicely with the school. And my hobbies are sewing, reading, decorating, general sort of bits and pieces. Graham originally comes from St Albans, and I myself was brought up at Whittam, and so I'm fairly local to the area.
Thank you, Graham. Jenny?
This is the site of the brewery, which will shortly be redeveloped. Brewing ceased here about 30 years ago, but it's been used as a distribution centre by Charringtons up to about a year ago. Now this is Wilfred Braybrook, who worked here for about 20 years. Hope you'll point us something out to us.
Yeah. On your left there was the brewery house.
That's the old brewery house, yeah.
Yes, where the the manager lived there for a time.
Yeah.
Next to that was the free trade office.
Yeah.
Across the way was the toy trade office.
That's across the entranceway.
That's across the entrance, yes. And at the back of the toy trade office is the distribution office.
Oh, yes.
That's where all the hub of the works work from there.
I see. Well, we'll turn around in a moment.
This was the entranceway to the brewery from the main road.
Oh, yeah.
That building was part of the boiler house in the brewing time.
I see.
That main building there was the storage building. Below that is also a cellar, which continues right through the main building.
Oh yes, they stored the beer there.
Yeah, beer and wines and spirits.
I see, yeah. And this tall building here, what we're on?
Well, that in the brewing time, that was part of the mineral
Oh, that's
store.
a mineral store.
And underneath was the cold store, where they stored the barrel beer.
I see.
Well, this here was the block, the loading bay. The right-hand door was where the casks beer came from, and on the left was where all the bottled beer and minerals and what have you came onto the loading onto the lorries.
I see.
These buildings ahead here were originally the stables when they had horses, and eventually they were made into garages for lorries.
Oh, yeah. These trees were planted a few months ago. This is the lodge house, home of May Granger, built during the middle of the last century to house the curate, Foxearth.
Hello, I'm May Granger. I came to Foxearth in 1951 with my husband. I was born in Glamsford, and my husband and I came as cook and housekeeper to Mr. Harold Ward. I've also done 15 years home help in Foxearth and worked for Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes for 20 years. I have 2 sons and a daughter. My 2 sons are policemen, both retired, and my daughter lives at Long Melford. I've enjoyed living in Foxearth. I've been very, very happy. I'm the chairman of the over 60s, and I belong to 4 different committees in the village, which I enjoy doing very much. Any more?
This is Cherry Tree Cottage, home of Joan Wood.
Hello, my name is Joan Wood. I moved into Foxearth with my husband in 1980. Sadly, my husband died in 1982, so since then I've lived here alone. I have 2 children and 4 grandchildren, all living far too far away, actually. I used to like travelling a lot when my husband was alive, but especially on the continent, touring the continent. Since then, of course, I found it is something I can't do alone. So I spend most of my time gardening, a lot of my time. I enjoy that very much, and reading a lot. And I go to Foxearth Church, and that's very nice little village, very nice church. I've always loved the country anyway, because I came from, my father was a farmer, so I was born and brought up in the country, so that is why I chose to come back to live here, to live in the village rather, village life. I find Foxearth a very sweet little village. And of course, Suffolk and this part of the country is very, very nice too. Beautiful countryside.
This is the Russets. This is the home of Michael and Nicola Chinley.
My name's Nicola Chinnery. I'm 26 years old and I was born in Norwich in Norfolk. We've been living in Foxearth for 5 years now, since we married in 1983. I now work in Sudbury. I work in Sudbury at our local family business in printing called Delta Print. At the moment we're extending our house, that's why we're in such a mess. Because to put a third bedroom on and the kitchen downstairs. I'll pass that over to you now.
My name's Michael Chinnery. I'm 28 years old. Is that right? Yeah, 28 years old. I'm a local man, born up the road in Belsham, St Paul's. Professionally, I sell, well, at the moment I'm selling agricultural machinery to the local gentry and landowners of the surrounding area. I'm now, in the process of changing my job. Go on, fire away. Oh yes, I'm going to work for a company now in Norwich called Reliance Trucks, selling Renault and ERF trucks to haulage businesses in the Suffolk area. As Nicola said, we've been here now for
5 years.
5 years. And thoroughly enjoy the village, really. At the moment, the company I'm working for is Spot Machinery, who are in Great Yeldon, which is the old Whitlock's work, who've been, agricultural machinery now has been made on that site for a number of years. Anything else to say?
No.
Stop, Mr. Hastie, stop it.
Go on then.
I'm Reg Slack. I'd like to say a few words to you about life and everything I led as a young man. I love it down here, and my resting place will be here. But before we come to that, I'd like to tell you just a few things that happened during my life. I really enjoyed it, but every moment itself wasn't enjoyable. Some moments were bad, some moments were good. We all have that. But I've got a wife, 3 children. I'm very happy and lucky now, I think. A nice little house and everything. I've got everything I want, really. But times wasn't always like this. I remember as a kiddie, we'd have to go around and get £14 of coal. Can you imagine anybody buying £14 of coal now?
Go on to joining the neighbour.
Anyway, when I came out, when I was 14, I got several little jobs, but they wasn't much good. I tried to get in the newspaper business, I tried everything. And I wanted a job and I wanted to settle down. So in the finish, thank God, I had the health and strength to join the Navy. When they were turning them away by hundreds then, in 1925. And of course I joined the Navy. At that time we had to sign up for 12 years at a time. So I went as a candidate stoker. At the age of 18, I went in the Navy, and it wasn't all rosy. You had your bumps and everything, but as a rule I liked it. I'd roughed it as a Cockney kid and around and that, but I liked it, so I stayed there. And promotion didn't mean a thing to me, as long as I could do my work. And I think some of the old ones could tell you now the things that I've done. That was quite irrespective of the Navy, if you understand what I mean. But I enjoyed it, so we kept on. My wife's brother, he was in the Navy with me. That's how I come to meet my wife. And I never regret it. She's been a good old champion to me. Ain't you, Flav? And I really enjoyed it. In fact, all my life through I've enjoyed it. There's nasty things you had. I was on the first destroyer that went down, HMS Blanche. And it wasn't very handy. Everybody was looking at you because you had no uniforms and everything, but the stuff you lost on that, you never got recompense for in them days. I know I had a few pounds saved up to come on leave. That went down with the ship. We never got a thing for it. But that, I suppose that was just your ups and downs of life. I didn't go to my MP and all this caper. That was no good. What could he have done for me? So we struggled on. It was a bit of hard going. Even as a reservist, I was a reservist like when I finished my 12, and I'd finished that before the war started. Of course I came straight out. They smacked me on a destroyer, the Blanche, HMS Blanche. Of course when war was declared we were round the channel. They had the flotilla there, Blanche, Boreas, Boadicea, all the B-class destroyers, about 7 of us, when we were in full strength. Of course they'd been so long on reserve, they had a breaking down. But by and large we got round there and we used to go round the channel.
He was on Russian convoys, wasn't he?
Yeah, when was that, what now, Flo? What date was it, roughly?
What, when you went down?
Yeah.
13th of November 1939.
13th of November 39. She was the first bit of British destroyer to go down. And, it was a bit of a lark. Any more for the Skylark, you know, we were in the water. I know I had one chap there, he was in a cane stretcher, and it floated. And we were pulling him along. Oh, I never forget this slacky. I got about 50 quid in my belt. He still had it when I left him. He didn't get it out. But I know I had a soggy pound note and 6pence. That's all. That's all we got away with. And our kit and everything went, everything. And it took us into Ramsgate, or Margaret was it, Flo? Ramsgate. They took us into Ramsgate, gave us some of the uniform, didn't have it all, but what they gave us, we had a bath and shampered up and made ourselves presentable and walked up to the local pub that night. Oh, I changed the old wet pound note, I know. Another old boy we had with us, Stripey Woodyard. Jumper Collins was my mate, but old Stripey Woodyard was a good old one. He was all for saving his money. He had a body belt and everything, and his money in him and everything. And of course there was us three. We went in a pub there, I forget the name of the pub. Proper posh place. Called for 3 pints of flattening, as we call it, you know. Having a drink. And up come the newspaper reporters. Bought us a pint of beer. We had 3 pints, one each. And we were having a drink, good health, like. And the bloke whipped out his notebook. I'll never forget it. Whipped out his notebook. Now, who's going to give us a story? I said, do you want a story, mate? He said, yes. I said, well, you just go back, I said, and wait. I said, my wife's expecting a child. I said, do you think she wants to know where I am? I said, I've just managed to send her a wire, which we were allowed to send. Everything okay, coming on leave shortly. I said, and of course, when I went on leave, I saw her home. Oh, I'm glad you're home and that, you know. I said, she was big with the baby. Oh, I am glad you're home and that. How'd you get leave, Jack? She said. I said, well, you can't go to sea without ships, Flo. She said, that destroyer that went down. I said, yeah, I remember that all right. She said, you do? Oh, the penny drop then, it came to her. She said, it was your boat. Oh, Jack. Oh, really upset then. Do you remember that, Flo? And anyway, I never regret it. I think I had a very good time there. There went several near up, near ups during the war, you know, we'd done our stuff. Destroyers, cruisers and such like. Different ones you went to. Had the young'uns to bring on. As soon as they got the run of the ship, they shifted you onto another one. You had another lot to start with. But you still kept your watches just the same. You didn't... anything like that, you know, well, nothing was washed out for you. And I was quite content to jog along as a stoker. And I was a good stoker. Ain't no mistake about that, coal, oil or anything. There wasn't much people could tell me about it.
Now, you was a boxer, Jack. You've been a boxer in your time?
Oh, yes. I've done a bit of boxing. I fought for the Navy a couple of times, amateur.
Yeah.
Boxing, football, every ship I went to.
Oh, yeah.
Hockey, I played hockey for the Navy. Goalkeeper, I was there. Never been a goalkeeper in my life, but I reckon I was good. And so each time it used to come Lieutenant Commander so-and-so, Lieutenant so-and-so, Lieutenant, Sub-Lieutenant and everything. All officers, except right on the bottom. And that was Stoker Slack. Yeah, I didn't mind that at all. I used to enjoy myself.
Now, can you tell us how old you are, Jack? Your age?
You're now 82.
82.
You're 82, are you really? Oh yeah, well I'll just have a little look round. Have a look at flat. This is Bellevue, home of Rage and Flow Slack. This is Orchard Cottage, home of Kenneth and Margaret Rice. This is the home of Phyllis Bullock, whose cottage suffered severe damage during last year's storm.
Well, I'm Kenneth Nice, and I was born in Colchester some years ago, and I met my wife Margaret there in the early 1950s, and we married and lived at Fingering Hoe for some years. My working career has been spent entirely in the health service, and in the course of promotion we've moved around the country quite a lot. My last three jobs in fact, were all in Yorkshire, and in 1986, after 37 years service in the health service, I was offered early retirement. This gave Margaret and I the chance to return to the country of our roots, and we bought this cottage in Foxearth, and we've spent almost the last 2 years renovating it, restoring it, and now that the spring weather has come, we've decided to tackle the garden. As far as the house is concerned, we're uncertain of its exact date of building, but our surveyor tells us that it is certainly 15th century and quite possibly 100 or 2 years earlier than that. It was a medieval hall house, which meant that it had no chimney stack originally, simply a hole in the roof through which the smoke would emerge. And since we've restored it, the house has very many interesting features, including some old original mullions which are in an excellent state of preservation.
Yes, well, I'm Ken's wife, Margaret. I've been a teacher in Yorkshire, and I was also offered early retirement, so that worked out rather well. We were able to come down together and house hunt and found this lovely cottage. I wasn't born here, I was born in Gillingham, but my father was in the army, so I travelled around quite a lot with him before my parents settled down in Colchester, where it was winter. We had great fun restoring white-collar jobs, tearing down walls and ceilings has been quite an experience in finding things behind the plaster. And we're now thoroughly enjoying ourselves doing the garden. We're tackling a herb garden at the moment, trying to make little paths and trying to make it as medieval as one can. Most of the herbs, I'm afraid, are going to be rather modern. We built a rose pergola and really sort of tackling all the weeds that have grown whilst we've been busy indoors. It's amazing how the garden can go to ruin if you don't keep at it in these parts.
Well, we're looking now at the rear of the house, and as we swing round just below the line of the thatch, you can see that there is a restored mullion window, which we found in its original state of building. It had, of course, been plastered over at the back, but we've opened that up now so that that's a window into a little recess that goes around the central chimney stack, which of course was built by the Tudors. The house has been thatched with straw, with a very decorative top ridge. It's showing some signs of the gale damage that we had last October, October 1987, when one of the casualties was this Blenheim apple tree here, which is obviously very old, but that was horizontal until January this year, when we managed to straighten it up, and we're anxiously waiting now to see whether our efforts will bear fruit. We also lost another apple tree in the garden because that was completely uprooted, and much of that has now been burned. Yes, in the centre of the view is a little damson tree, which was given to us by the Braintree Council as part of their free tree replacement scheme. We're hoping that in the course of time that will be a beautiful feature of the garden. This rose pergola is one that I've recently built. When we left Yorkshire, we had a number of rose trees given to us, or money for them, and we made it a priority to get somewhere where they could become established. And we hope that will soon be a very fragrant and pretty feature of the garden.
Are you coming in?
What we're going to... This is Almond Tree Cottage, the home of Brian and Anouk Lewis. We've lived here for about 8 years and done some modifications since we've been here. The main part of the cottage on the right, that was probably quite original and dates back to the 16th century. The bit on the left you can see is an addition we've put on to improve the kitchen and put an extra bedroom on there. I'm Brian Lewis, this is my wife Anouk and my young son Adam. He's nearly 8, bit of a nuisance, but we've been living here, as we said before, in Foxearth for about 8 years, or a bit longer. We fell for Adam, or my wife fell for Adam, about a month after we moved here. That made it necessary to do this extension we've got on the end here. And we rather like Foxearth for its tranquility, and the people are not too loud and noisy. When I moved here, I was a full-time accountant, but travelling up to London has been quite a strain on me, so we've wound that down rather a lot, and I now run a cycle business in Colchester. My hobbies are cycling, not that with a young son and a large garden I get a lot of time for that. Other hobbies, a little bit of motor racing, modelling, but that's about it.
My wife would like to carry on from here. Take the
Well,
scene.
we often drove actually through Foxearth, and we loved it so much that we never thought we would be lucky enough to get some building or some cottage in the village. And one day, reading the paper, we suddenly saw the name of Foxearth, and being curious to know what it was all about, we found out that this cottage was for sale. So we tried to see, if we could get it, and we were very lucky and managed it. Unfortunately, a month after we bought it, I fell for my son, and we then had to make some structural changes in building the extension. We quite settled now, but it took me quite a while to sort of accept the life of the village life, I should say. It's very tranquil and, of course, very detached. So I find it very restful now, and I'm quite enjoying living here. I was born in France, as you can guess by the accent. I was born in Versailles, but didn't stay in France. I was brought up in Africa, and after I finished my studies, I went for a rest in Switzerland to stay with my mother's family. And whilst there, I was offered to come for a holiday in England, and I accepted, of course, not speaking a word of English, and discovered that it was quite a job to learn English when you didn't know any of it, particularly with the accent that I found in the surrounding of Colchester, which I believe is the Essex tongue. I am now much better spoken, but I've still kept my accent.
Well, still at Almond Tree Cottage. This isn't part of the heritage quite yet. It's a more recent morgue than you might be used to. Built in 1978, a little while before we moved here. This is one of my hobbies, and quite a rapid means of transport for us. Not so much used now with our young son, who can't get in the back as it's only a two-seater. This is one of the modern Morgans with a Rover V8 engine in it, and we've had one sporting experience around Snetterton in a sprint, which is quite eyebrow raising. Great fun. Morgan's still built on the traditional scene, ash frame and steel chassis, unlike a lot of modern fiberglass imitations. We belong to the Morgan Sports Car Club, which holds quite a few meetings. My wife likes the soft top motoring, all the sunshine that we get in this country. Take advantage of it.
And the fresh air.
All the fresh air. We've also got a three-wheeler, which unfortunately is out of sight at the moment, and we hope to get on the road within the next year or so. As one of the projects we're working for. That's sort of about it there.
Hang on. Okay.
This is the rear view of the house.
Can't see.
It's quite spacious with the grass set, the lawn set immediately behind. It gets quite a lot of sunshine, and we quite like it at the back.
This is Pear Tree Cottage, home of Tony and Celia Perrin.
Hello there, I'm Tony Perrin, my wife Celia, this is young Andrew. We've lived in Foxearth for, what is it, about
4 years.
4 years now. We previously came from Colchester, both of us. This is our second marriage and we're delighted with this little one here. We particularly like Foxearth because it's very close to my businesses. I run two businesses. One is a financial management consultant and the other one I make cardboard boxes. One of my other sons, through a previous marriage, is employed by me on that particular function of making cardboard boxes. That's at Whittam. My other business really is all around East Anglia. So we particularly like East Anglia and Foxearth because it's very central for the business that we do. We have a number of hobbies. I suppose my wife, you really like gardening, don't you, love, more than anything else?
Yes, I do. Yes, very much so. And we have also renovated the house. It was a 2-bedroom tiny cottage when we came here 4 years ago, but we've added the extension on at the side just behind me, and we've totally gutted the old part, re-roofed it, and it's really like a brand new house now, and we're very pleased with it.
I think very soon we'll be totally finished. We've actually underpinned the house ourselves and we are now absolutely delighted with it. I think that this particular area, I've always lived in Essex, but this particular area is one of the nicest parts of Essex. I know we're nearly in Suffolk, but as far as I'm concerned, we're very, very happy here and we hope this little contribution to the village of Foxearth will be something to look at later on in life. Thank you very much. Okay, with the house, the right-hand side, that is the part painted green, that's the new extension, and we had particular trouble in that it had to blend in with the old. Now, the part on the left is the old part, but that has been completely changed. We had to match the windows, in fact, with the existing windows, and we were allowed, in fact, to put that bay on. The bricks you can see on the left-hand side under the green sheeting, they were originally on the floor there, in the old part, laid on earth. We were going to, in fact, put them back, but found that they had already been turned once and were, in fact, really rather badly damaged. So we're going to use those for part of the garden, probably around the greenhouse at the back here. The side part, that used to be a hedge along there, but we built a brick wall to really reflect the light in. That's why we've painted it white. Down on the right-hand side here by the green polythene sheeting, where we've still got some timber that we're using to do various bits of work, you can see some tarpauling, and that eventually will be a pond. And hopefully when that's done and the lawn edging is done, then with a bit of luck, we might have a garden that will match in with the old part of the house and blend in with the new part. So that's basically it. We're trying to keep the old hedges wherever we can. We've had to put a fence up on the left-hand side there, but hopefully that someday we may even take that down and put a flint wall up there with brick pillars. The house dates back to 1525, although to look at it now you wouldn't really think so. But if you were to go inside and look at it, it's fully timbered throughout, and it's got these magnificent chimneys. Two, of course, are for next door. Believe it or not, the two on the left-hand side from here belong to us, and the two on the right-hand side belong to the other cottage. So it's a bit unusual because the chimneys bend in the middle. We heat the house by wood-burning stoves and find that, in fact, that's very efficient. It doesn't look terribly old, obviously, from the outside now, but once it's all painted the same colour and it's mellowed in a bit, I think it'll look rather nice. It's really from the inside that you can see exactly what it looks like and what it used to look like in the old days. We had to completely rebuild the fireplace because that was 425 years old and, in fact, was looking pretty ghastly. We'd like to have kept the original, but having taken advice, we've had to.
This is Oakley's cottage, home of Clive and Karen Bassett.
I'll stop.
Oh, is it? You started?
Yeah, I just wasn't. Welcome to Oakley's cottage. I'm Clive Bassett. This is my wife Karen. We've lived here for approximately 2 years. I come originally from South East London, and Karen comes from Clacton. Now, the property we live in is approximately 400 to 500 years of age. We've established there's obviously a certain amount of work to be done in the property, lots of tons of it, but we will obviously try and get it back to its original perfect state without altering too much of its character. Now, as I say, we've been in the area for 2 years. We've got to know various people within the village and the area. Joined the squash club, which has enabled me to meet quite a few people. Karen is more gardening type than anything, so she knows a lot of people at cramp halls and places like that. We both, unfortunately, aren't here a great deal of the time. We leave in the mornings at 7 o'clock, and we don't normally get back till 7 o'clock at night because we both commute into the City of London. We both work in merchant banks. I'm involved with foreign exchange, and Karen's involved in what has been compared to internal audit. It's called like a control department. Yeah, we drive to Colchester every day. We get the train from there into Liverpool Street. The distance of the journey isn't so bad. It's the
British Rail, and the train's not running on time.
It's a terrible line, but it's well worth the journey.
Just to be here at weekends.
That's right. We love it out here. Now, Karen is expecting at the moment. The boy is due in October, which is quite a coincidence because that month was the month we got married, actually in Foxearth Church with the Reverend Cook carrying the ceremony. We also bought the cottage actually on Karen's birthday, which is also on the 5th of October. So it's quite a ceremonious month for us. You want to say a few words?
We'd also like to mention we've got lots to do to the cottage. These rotten window frames won't be here in a couple of months' time. We're hoping to replace those.
That's about all I can say, really. We enjoy the area very much. Still trying to get used to Sudbury. We like a quiet village. We like Long Melford, but that's just full of antique shops. So if you're into antiques, you're all right.
Yeah, and pubs.
That's right. But no, enjoy it here. And hope to stay here for a good many years. Now, as I originally said, the property is approximately 500 years old, which I think we tried to establish is around about the Henry VIII time, Tudor time. As you can imagine, if many people know anything about timber frame properties, these houses did in fact have a hole in the roof. Effectively, they would have lit a fire on the floor, which is probably what is now our living room, and the smoke would have risen straight out the roof.
Soot marks on the timbers in the roof.
There is proof of soot actually on the rafters up in the roof. Now, as you see, the various windows, obviously that gable at the top right hand corner there wouldn't have been there 500 years ago. There are various other types of characters that have been added over the past few years. Now, the window frames, we have been advised by the listed people to try to replace them as closely as possible. It's rather difficult trying to trace somebody who's capable of making frames in this fashion, but obviously we're going to try and replace them in a similar fashion. As you see to the left, there is a tie rod that's been centred through the wall. This effectively keeps the left-hand outside wall standing upright. It holds frame and brickwork together. There are various other tie rods within the property, but are not exposed on the exterior. Now, when we moved here, Karen got very seriously involved within the garden. She has planted many plants. As you see, there's a honeysuckle now well established over the rear door. Stuff.
Put lots of rose bushes in since we arrived, which obviously aren't in bloom yet, so you can't see them. But you can see the bulbs looking quite nice.
This is High Gables, home of John and Betty Cox.
Right, well, my name is John Cox.
I'm Betty Cox.
We both originate from London. I came in the first... I lived in Hackney all my life. I was born there, and Betty came from Battersea in London. My job, I'm a housing officer in a London borough.
Well, I suppose you could call me a trade union official. I work for a trade union as a full-time officer.
Hobby-wise, I'm obviously interested in politics. I have been all my life. I was Mayor of Hackney some 20-odd years ago and served on Hackney Council for a total of 33 years. But my other interests include music. And your interests?
I was in politics, certainly full-time politics for a while, but my hobbies are still politics, handicrafts, needlework, knitting, anything like that.
How's that?
This is Pytle Cottage, the home of Steve and Sarah Fletcher. My name is Steve Fletcher, and I work in Colchester. I'm a software engineer for a company who makes microprocessor boards.
My name's Sarah Fletcher, and I'm a nurse. I work at Colchester Hospital, usually 2 nights a week. We moved here from Worthing about 2 years ago, nearly 2 years ago now. And this is our son Thomas.
I go to Foxearth School.
We're also involved with the village hall. We're both on the committee and I'm secretary. We live next door to the village hall. We're trying to get it off the ground so that it's more of a community centre. We have several events already for this year for fundraising so that we can have the exterior redone.
Yes, the exterior, as you can see, obviously in other parts of the film, needs a lot of work. All the windows need repainting and all the rendering needs painting and a lot of glass needs replacing. So hopefully when we finish the village hall will look a lot better.
At the bottom, you know, it's quite a nice looking one. Cigarette holder.
Christmas present. Does anyone want to get their Christmas present early? A very attractive set of playset cups. What's it like? Very attractive.
of Louis and Ted Heathcote.
Ruger, you're a bad lad, you are.
Hello everybody, my name is Louis Heathcote and I've lived in Foxearth for 41 years. I have 3 children, a daughter and 2 sons. The younger son being a Foxearth boy, born here. It's a delightful village to live in and I've enjoyed every moment of it. My children, they went to the local school and from there on they went their own ways and it's been a wonderful life here. I think I'll pass you over to my husband and he will then tell you about himself.
My name is Ted Heathcote. Being 71 years old, I came to the village in 1947 after serving 6 years in the services with the RESC and Royal Electromechanical Engineers. I worked at Ward's Brewery as maintenance engineer till the firm closed, when I started my own business as electric contractor. With my 2 sons, my daughter having left home to train in the nursing profession. I used to keep about 80 stocks of bees, taking them to pollinate apple orchards, etc. One year I collected 2.5 tons of honey, but another year I had to buy 1 ton of sugar in order to feed them, being a very poor season. I was secretary of the Foxearth Village Club for approximately 12 years, having the late Harry Brockwell as treasurer, the membership being 90 to 100 during that period of 1950 to 1962. Since retiring, I still like to keep fit, etc., by carrying out various hobbies, gardening, and the odd little job in the workshop. I think this is all I need to say regarding my life in Foxearth.
This is Hedgerow, Temple End. This is the home of Brian and Janet McCabe.
Morning, my name's Janet McCabe. I was born in Barking in London just after the Blitz. I've lived in Clacton-on-Sea, Bishop Stortford and Guildford. We came here in 1975. I now work as a secretary in Barclays Bank in Sudbury. I'll hand you over to Brian, who will tell you some things about the house.
Hello. Hope you can hear me against the noise of the tractor passing behind. Yes, my name is Brian McCabe. I was born in Dublin in 1931. As Janet says, we moved here in 1975 and have been here ever since. I have in front of me some old records of the deeds of the property, and I see that it passed from in 1920 from someone called Fison to a person called Tibbets, and then in 1928 from Tibbets to a Mr. Coolidge, who may well be known to other people in the village. It passed from Mr. Coolidge to a Mrs. Musk in November 1958, and then from Mrs. Musk in November 65 to a Mr. Butters, and from Mr. Butters in 69 to Mrs. Peggy Batchelor, who was the owner and occupant when we first arrived here and saw the cottage in 1975. As we've already said, we've been here ever since and hope to remain here for some time to come. One of the more interesting things to be seen in this set of old deeds is that the property at one time was auctioned for the sum of £73.10 way back in 1893. This was auctioned at the Rose and Crown Hotel in Sudbury as part of 21 lots and was sold to a Mr. J. Making at that time. We're not sure of the age of the property. We have been told that it is somewhere between 200 and 300 years old. As regards myself, there's not much of interest I can say, other than that I am now retired, although before that I worked in the city in banking. That was up until July of last year, and I have been retired since that date.
Shall we?
Well, in our sitting room we have the original fireplace, but we have installed this wood-burning stove a couple of years ago, which we find very satisfactory. And now we're in the dining room of the cottage, and again it's the original fireplace, and again we have installed another one of these wood-burning stoves. Within the original fireplace there is the door here of what was an old bread oven, but it has been bricked up inside to make room for the stairwell, which is a new addition to the cottage and was not there originally. Further round we have an old what's sometimes called grandfather clock, which we believe is dated about 1840, and down here we have an old music cabinet which my wife now uses for her dressmaking materials, and we believe that's dated about 1890. Here we have what is an old-fashioned style of washing machine, a washing dolly, which we just leave on the side here as ornamentation. After you are done with this week. Now, we're at the other end of the dining room at the moment. We have one item of interest here. It is what is known as a chess clock, used for playing chess. It consists of two clocks on a rocker. And the principle behind it is that player A, whilst considering his move, has his clock going, the pendulum swinging as you see, and when he decides on and makes his move, he depresses his clock and the pendulum stops, and the pendulum on clock B starts to go, whilst player B is considering his move. And in turn, when he has decided on his move and makes it, he then presses his clock down, stops it, and starts the clock of his opponent. Now, this was one of the very earliest chess clocks ever made, and dates from about 1880 to 1890. Before this clock was made, they used to use sand glasses and time each move by means of a sand glass.
This is the bungalow Temple End, home of Jack and Joan Mason. This bungalow was built in 1952 On a fine day, 10 churches can be seen from here. Now this is Jack and Joan Mason. Jack farms Hubbard's farm with his brother Bernard. The Mason family moving to Foxearth in 1922 from Soham, that is near Ely. Jack served in the RAF as a flight mechanic engines for 6 years during the war, serving in the Middle East mainly with the Liberator Squadron. Joan was born in Cavendish, served in the WAFs, that's the Women's Auxiliary Air Force, during the war for 5.5 years, serving for some of the time at Stradishall. Joan acted as a waitress when King George VI and the Queen visited Stradishall in 1941. This is Hubbard's farm, which is farmed by the Mason brothers. This is the home of Bernard Mason. This is Mill Cottage, home of Jean and Fred Bristow.
Hello, I'm Freddie Bristow, and this is my wife Jean.
Hello.
One dog, one Apache, one Doberman. We've lived here now for about 2 years. We bought the house just about 2 years ago actually, but moved up permanently. I got a transfer with my company, in fact, about last July. So we've been here permanently since about last July. My wife Jean, in fact, mainly does the decorating of the house.
Yes.
Well, does all the decorating of the
all
house.
the decorating, yes.
So, shouldn't it?
And curtain making and everything to do with bedspreads and such like.
But then you was an interior designer.
I was an interior designer, so it's quite easy for me to do anyway, and I enjoy it. So
and now, what, you're a fully
I'm resting at the moment.
You're also a keen gardener, aren't you?
I'm a keen gardener, yes, very keen, and about to make a rockery. That's
Yes.
my next subject, isn't it?
That's right.
Is a rockery.
I run a small branch, of a life assurance company, and which I have done for about 14 years, and worked in different counties, you know, Sussex, Kent, and this is and now of course in Suffolk, and we've been doing this. My company, in fact, is about 100 years old, so I've only been with a short time, about 14 years. But there's a team of us, in fact, who work together, and we're pretty locally based, and we work jolly hard to get it together.
It's also lovely living here because we're near our daughter, who lives at Lavenheath, and we've got a lovely little grandson, so that gives me a great opportunity to see him pretty often, and altogether it's very nice. We really enjoy living here, don't
Apart from when he comes and smashes the home up,
yes.
of course. A lot of tidying up, a lot of work to do then, but,
yes.
but it's worth it.
Oh, it's very much worth it.
He's 18 months now, isn't he?
Yes.
And he's absolutely super. And say, having our daughter moved up originally first, didn't she,
yes.
from London to Leavenheath about 4 years ago.
That's right.
And we used to stay there and visit them quite a lot. And I always thought that if a transfer came up in this part of the world, you know, for my job, in fact, I'd be very happy to take it. And just when it did arise, well, we took every opportunity.
And we're very pleased that he did.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
we like it very much.
We just love it here.
It's lovely.
Okay.
Very nice.
Right.
This is Temple End Cottages,
home of John and Peggy Newell. Now this is Peggy Newell. Now can you tell me, Peggy, what was your job before you retired?
I was a nurse, and for quite many years. I also was in the WLA during the war, when in my teens, which I enjoyed it very much. It was great fun.
That is
besides being useful.
That is the Women's Land Army, isn't it?
That's right. Yes.
Yes.
I've still got a picture in my album.
Oh yeah.
My little hat.
Oh yeah.
With the badge and
Yes.
everything on it.
And
I went into nursing afterwards.
you went into nursing, yeah. Now, what was your husband's job?
He was in the he was a regular soldier. He came from Kent, really, and he was in the army for about 22 years in all. And when he came out after the war, he went into office work. His last job was at the Inland Revenue in Sudbury before he retired. And now he's fishing today, so you won't see him.
No.
He's fishing at Ardley near Colchester Reservoir.
Yeah.
Trout fishing.
Hey, trout.
So we're hoping to have a nice fat trout for our supper tonight.
I see, yeah. Now, where were you born then, Peggy?
In Cambridgeshire, but I worked in London for quite a time as in occupational nursing, and my roots are in Sudbury. My grandparents lived in North Street, and my grandfather kept the Red Cow at the top of Milford Road, and he brewed his own beer for many years. And he was a great friend of Mr. Ward's in the village here, and they used to swap recipes and brew certain types of beer, try out certain types of beer in an old wash house, copper. And my uncle had a shop in North Street in Sudbury, a general store, Percy French. And my grandfather, when he retired from brewing, from the old Red Cow, he opened up fish and chip shops two fish and chip shops in North Street. And then my uncle Walter took them over. And then his son took them over. So you see, my roots are... My father was a Melford man, and he worked for Steed's solicitors when he left school. Then he went into journalism, and he was never home very much. He was sporting journalist, and he was assistant editor of John Bull and Sporting Life and all those things. But he was always, he wrote a guide to Melford, which my brother, who lives at Bury St Edmunds, has a guide to Melford. And we've never seen another one quite like it. It's not a very thick one, but it has lots of pictures and illustrations of Melford as it was, because he loved Melford.
Oh,
Grew
yeah.
up there.
Yeah.
And
how long have you lived here then, Peggy?
about 20 years.
20 years, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Set all these bushes. That was my first Christmas tree, that tree over there.
Oh, yeah.
And set all these bushes and trees. And this house was derelict when we took it over. The back door fell off when we showed us round, and we took it.
Yeah. Now, hobbies, Peggy?
Hobbies, yes. I'm a member of the local Pickwick Society, and we run a stagecoach for charity at Christmas time every year, and we do another charity run with a horse-drawn bus at Easter, and we collect en route. And of course at Christmas time we have, this year we came from Lavenham to Melford. No, Lavenham to Sudbury this year, and we stopped at most of the hostelries on the way and popped in with our collecting boxes. And I'm on a committee, and we have to have a meeting to see what sort of charity we'll collect for, and we we all decide, we select one, and that is the charity which gets the collection boxes in the end. We collect, they send us their collecting boxes and we try to fill them up. And then they're returned to their rep, who usually comes on the trip with us and has a jolly good time.
I see.
And he usually ends up full of mulled wine and mince pies at the end of it all.
Okay, Peggy, right, thank you. This is Foxearth School, built around the middle of the last century. Raining heavily.
This is Foxearth Church of England Primary School. It's a voluntary aided school, aided by the Church of England. We have some trustees who help in defraying some of the costs of some of the equipment and the materials of the school. It was built about 1840 by the Reverend John Foster as a gift to the village. The purpose was to educate the children in the village of Foxearth. The hall that we're in at the moment was the original part of the school. It's had some extensions built at different times, including some offices in 1908, 2 classroom units and a kitchen unit built in 1967. At the moment there are 29 children in the school. There are 16 children who are in the infants department and 13 children in the junior department. We have 2 teachers, Mrs Turley, who takes the infants, myself, Mrs Cox, head teacher, who teaches the juniors. And we have some part-time assistants as well. We have 2 ladies who come in part-time each week to help.
The postman, who delivers once a day. Pupils arriving. That's the postman.
Have a nice day. Bye.
This is a minibus which fetches some of the children from outlying districts.
Eleanor's got him. Come on.
This is the junior department. There are children here from the age 7 plus to 11, and they're doing their morning work for assembly. Break it back, but you can jump that way where you run up and pick your back up and pin your legs, look up and head over heels. You've got to be able to hold the way.
Another word for win. Oh, funny.
The next page, this is the infant department. Mrs. Turley's only puts up the children for morning work, usually maths and English work, handwriting skills, first thing in the morning.
How many drops do you? About 5. You worked that out properly now. Do you see what you've done wrong? Yes. Good. No. Again, get 3 sets of 4. You've got 3. Yes. Now, how many have we got in each one? And how many should you have? So you've got 3 sets of 4, not 3 sets of 3. That's why you made it wrong. Come on, goes back on the toe. Yeah, look. What about this one? How many stars? How many black stars? 9. You count them carefully. Right, Adam, would you like to get your reading book, please? Come get your reading book, please. Thank you. Darren, have you got... Right, no, we still haven't got 5. These are some frogs that we've hatched out from the tadpoles, well, from frog spawns. And we're watching the development, how their legs are developing now, and they're starting to jump around quite a lot. The children are fascinated by the way they move, and I'm afraid this weekend they're going to have to be returned to a pond, because they're too big for our classroom now. Can you see the way they're jumping? Watch their legs move, look. Yeah. Can you see? How are they moving? What are they using to move? Yes, which their back legs, that's right. If you look at their back legs, they really push their weight onto them and stretch them. Watch. What about their tails now? Yes, they're getting a lot shorter. Where do you think the tails are going? Disappearing.
Where?
Inside it.
Yes, they're just gradually disappearing and they're changing into more of a frog shape, aren't they?
This is Turley. Some of them have got no tails.
Some of them have got no tails. Can you spot one without a tail?
Yeah, that one. That one.
This one. Well, that one's got a very small one.
That one. And that one.
Yes, they're really now, they're frogs, aren't they? Not so much tadpole frogs, frogs. Now, why do you think we've got to take them back to a pond now? Well, yes. They're getting too big, aren't they? And what's going to happen if we leave them in here during half term next week?
They'll hatch out and jump.
Well, they'll probably hop up. Yes, several of them come up the side, so they're likely to disappear into our classroom. What will we do then when we come back after half term?
What about having the drawer? Pops out in the face.
Yes. So what's the kindest thing to do with things that we look after? Yes, put them back in their natural what? In their habitat. Yes, their ponds. Now Simon's brought a lovely big rock this morning. Why did Simon bring a rock? Let's ask Simon. Simon, why did you bring a rock to school this morning? Well, think. What did Daddy say that he thought was happening to our... We lost 2 frogs yesterday. They died.
I know. Because when they come out, when they go in, they can't breathe in when they go back in.
Well, now they're frogs, their lungs have developed, haven't they? Like ours, so they need air to breathe. Now we think that the 2 that died actually drowned because they couldn't climb up the slope here where some of these are. They actually drowned in the water, just as you would do if you couldn't get out of water.
That's what
So this is why you brought the rock this morning, wasn't it?
Get tangled up in the weed.
Well, they could do, but they're very good swimmers, aren't they? Look, knees up the side, look. Perfectly still.
So, number 16 then, nice and bright then.
When God made the garden of creation, He filled it full of His love. When God made the garden of creation, He saw that it was good. There's room for you, and room for me, and room for everyone. For God is a Father who loves His children and gives
something that we've got or we're given or we find around us. So here's the story then. It's called The Two Old Chairs. 100 years ago, on a great grassy plain, there stood an oak tree. And it was the only one as far as the eye could see, and it was a beautiful tree. A man and his family came walking by one day, and they saw the tree. The man was a carpenter. He used to work with wood every day. He looked at the tree with great interest. He went up to it, examined it, prodded the trunk with his knife. He even took out his measuring tape and asked his wife to pull the other end, and he measured all the way around the trunk. And then the family walked home again. The others all forgot about the tree, but the man remembered it. He went to his workshop and he made all sorts of drawings. He worked in his workshop for days. Then at last he put on his hat, hitched his horse to his cart, and drove off towards the tree. He was going to do what he planned. Out of the cart he took, what do you think? Something like that. He took a big axe and began to chop down the tree. As he chopped, the sweat ran down his face, but he didn't even bother to wipe it away. He swung his axe in great strong strokes, and great white chips of wood flew out from underneath it. At last the tree began to creak and groan, and he knew it was about to fall. Tears began to run down the man's face and mixed in with the sweat. He didn't really want to cut down this beautiful old tree, but he knew he must. The tree crashed to the ground, and the man wiped his sleeve over his face and set to work again, cutting away all the small branches and stacking them on one side. Then he chopped up the large branches and put them on the other side. And he loaded the small ones into his cart and drove home. His children helped him to stack them against the wall of the house. They were going to be used for firewood during the winter. "Hey," said his son Peter, "what is the rest of the tree?" "I shall ask our neighbours to come with their wagon and their team of horses tomorrow, and we're going to take the wood to the sawmill. It's going to be put into planks," said the carpenter. "Can we ride on the wagon?" asked his daughter Anna. "Well, yes, but you must keep out of the way," the carpenter. So, next day, while the men struggled to get the huge trunk and the big branches onto the wagon, Peter and Anna talked to the horses, and they sat in the shade and ate their bread and cheese. And they began to gather handfuls of acorns that had fallen out of the branches of the tree. And Anna brought the acorns home in the bag that she'd carried her bread and cheese in. When the wood came back from the sawmill, the carpenter started work right away. He measured, he sawed, he hammered, he glued. And at last he called the children. They came very carefully into his shed. The light in the room was hazy, and there was lots of fine sawdust around. On the floor were thick, curly white shavings. Everything smelled very clean and sharp. And there, in the middle of the floor, smooth and carved and rocking very gently, was a brand new cradle. What do you use a cradle for? Maybe rocking babies. "This is for the new baby who's coming to us soon," said the carpenter, "but it's not quite finished. Peter, there's some wax on the bench. Come on, Anna, here are some rags. I want you to put such a polish on that cradle that it shines like the sun." Well, the children rubbed in coat after coat of wax, and then they polished off coat after coat, because that's the only way to do it, until the cradle glowed a deep golden brown, and there were long veins of pattern showing in the wood. That's called a grave. Rippling like the seas. "Now, that is a fine job of work," said the carpenter. "We'll keep the cradle here as a surprise until the baby's born." "Now," he said, looking happy, "now I've finished my practice piece, I can start on my chairs." "Chairs?" said Peter and Anna. Right, now I'll read you the rest of the story, perhaps tomorrow or on Monday. It's quite a long story. He's turned that tree into something useful to start with, hasn't he? What's he turned it into, David? Cradle. Cradle. Yes, so something useful to come out of it. It's growing there, it's going to be like a cradle. And we'll find out what he's going to do with the chairs and why he's cut down this beautiful tree to make this the furniture. Do you think it's a good thing to do? Cut down trees to make furniture? Well, it seems a very sad thing to do, doesn't it? It's a nice, healthy tree. But what about all those trees that blew down in the gale last October? What do you think they're going to do with all those? It's going to the wood, yes. So at least there'll be something remaining, won't there? There might be a chair or something made out of that tree. If you remember when we had our Wellingtonia on the field, and that was cut down, I saved 2 great huge slices. They're in the shed, and they're weathering, seasoning. And perhaps in another couple of years' time, when the wood has really dried out and seasoned properly, then we can get someone to make them into proper tables for you to use either in school or outside school. And so there'll be something left of that Wellingtonia. And if you look after it, you can look after it for hundreds of years, can't you? So instead of just dying, poor old tree, or being burned, at least parts of it will remain. Something to hand down from generation to generation. But remember, even though things do disappear, things do die, they do come back up again, don't they? Something of them remains, not in the same shape, but in a slightly different shape, but there's still something there to remind us of that. Right, let's start to pray.
Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Do not bring us to time of trouble, but deliver us from evil. The kingdom, power, and glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. Go in peace and serve the Lord, and now in Christ. Amen.
My name is Roger Douglas Hughes, and I'm Chairman of the Parish Council.
And I'm Stuart Ham, I'm a member of the Parish Council.
I'm Bob Jackson, I'm a member of the Parish Council.
I'm Bill Cornish, a member of the Parish Council.
Corinne Cox, I'm also a member of the Parish Council.
I'm Philip Cox, I'm Parish Clerk.
Basically, assembled in the form of minutes, matters arising, election of the chairman, and any other business.
What I like about this council, Chair, is the informality.
This is our first meeting, by the way.
So we've got the AGM of the Parish Council.
Just getting this out. The Parish Council held on Wednesday the 28th of May 1986 in Foxearth Village Hall. Present, members of the council, which were present at the council meeting, and Mrs. C. Cox. The members of the council who were present at the council meeting were the chairman, Mr. V.L. Cornish, Mr. G.R. Jackson, and Mr. J.R.B. Campbell-Lambert. Minutes. The minutes of the previous annual general meeting held on 22nd of May 1985 were read, confirmed and signed. Matters arising. It was reported that the visit by the Essex Police representative had drawn a large audience and had proved to be a successful venture. Any other business? Mrs. Cox, a member of the public, suggested that a reopening of the men's club could provide the village of Foxearth with a much-needed social centre. All agreed that the idea should be considered, but that Mr. D.H. Ward should be approached for his views on the subject. Mr. Campbell-Lambert agreed to raise the matter with Mr. Ward. There being no further business, the meeting closed at 9:30 p.m. We opened at about 9:20.
Now dealing with matters arising. Oh, perhaps I just sign the minute. Is that a true record? Sign? I wasn't here.
We've done several changes as well since.
Yes. That was huge. It's back on his back.
Yes, I think so. Yes, you did send your apologies.
Matters arising, it seems the only real item was the reopening of the men's club, and that Mr. Lambert would approach Mr. Ward. Did anybody hear any more about that?
I think it has sort of cropped up from time to time.
John's actually done anything about it. It's been later.
But personally, I think it's a wonderful but forlorn thought. I don't really ever see it getting off the ground. I presided in the shutting of it and have regretted it ever since. Unless somebody is prepared to raise a substantial sum of money and to get the thing going, but I fear that it may die for the same reason the second time around as it did the first time round. Insufficient support. What in fact hit it on the head was continual theft, break-ins, which the police thought they were aware of who it was but couldn't establish that fact. And the continual loss of that sum of money finally broke it. I think there were about 4. You know probably more about this.
Probably Tom I do. But yeah, I think finally was just support and balance really.
Yes. I very much regret the passing of it, and if it could be...
Perhaps if it could be along the lines of social, possibly only open at the weekends. If there was a rota system for people who would be responsible for organising the bar and doing those kind of things. It was a family centre, really. But of course, although the idea is fine in principle, it probably would get a lot of support because people say, there isn't a pub in the village that's of these factors. It might be supported. People could do it on a voluntary rota basis. It's the responsibility.
Particularly with
the cost, you see.
Drinking and drive regulations which have come in, it is extremely tiresome, I find, that you cannot, in fact, go for a drink from here without driving a motor car. In the practice, in fact, and correct me if I'm wrong, any of those who were members of the Working Men's Club as well, that few people were prepared to leave their homes for a shed with a linoleum floor to drink pints of beer. That was ultimately the killer, wasn't it?
It was very much the men's club as opposed to a salubrious.
And as standards of living raised in the village, more and more people were opting to either go elsewhere or stay at home.
But it still definitely was a men's club as opposed to...
Oh yes, very much so. Yes.
I think it's really out of date to have a men's club.
Yes, totally.
For a social club, it's a much better proposition.
Yes, this was one of the other moves, and there was a move also to reopen it down here in the village hall. But at the time, there was a lot of ill feeling between the men's hall and the working men's club and the village hall for reasons which I never really quite understood. But I regret its passing because the assets of the club were dispersed, and it's terribly difficult to get those things put together again, like a billiard table, for example. And the chairs and tables and everything was sold up. And I believe a sum of money still sits in Barclays Bank in Suffolk to this day, which nobody will do anything with, which is tragic.
So it might be that if we could have access to the place, if David Orr was prepared to let it be used again for a similar purpose, there might be enough interest in the village on a self-help basis for people to kit it out and organise it. But I mean, it means approaching Mr. Ward.
Yes, I think David Ward would be quite happy for it to be used. I may be speaking out of turn, but even supposing he wasn't, in practice, the difficulty is that it's insufficient, or it's difficult, to maintain enough self-help to keep this establishment going without having yet another one.
What would the arguments against developing this social? Security.
It's obviously a security situation and licence, I would guess. I guess now that it's been refurbed, it will be difficult to come back without having it completely up to standard. Sort of public health and what have you.
perhaps a subject matter which could be deferred over to the meeting which should follow immediately this one. But,
perhaps we could throw it to comment on.
Thanks, right. We've now got the embarrassing business of the election of a chairman.
Well, shall I help, Mr. Chairman? I'd like to propose that a certain gentleman called Roger Douglas Hughes be elected as chairman of the parish council. Have I any seconder? Anybody against? I declare Mr. Roger Douglas Hughes duly elected chairman of the parish council. I think Mr. Campbell Lambert seconded it, did he?
Oh, there were many. Everybody did. Is there any other business relating to this meeting?
Well, it's not really AGM business, but it's something we've got to decide. An emergency planning AGM in Braintree on the 14th of July, at which we are invited to send usually 2 representatives. Last year, Corin and myself. And I wonder if any other member of the parish council would like to attend this meeting.
Could you explain a bit more what meeting is it?
It's the emergency planning annual general meeting where the various officials of the Braintree District Council go through the latest information on emergency planning routine, and there's also a visiting speaker, Sir Clive Rose, is the guest speaker this year, and it's being held on the 14th of July.
What is emergency then?
Well, in the event, for example, last year's hurricane would have probably come under
natural disasters.
Yes, sort of thing. I suppose nuclear attack in the Ukraine. Not that there will be many people who want to sort anything out in those circumstances.
Did you learn
that sort of thing?
Did you learn it enough to
well, I almost got on the course this year, but unfortunately I couldn't attend that. No doubt there will be offers of places on the emergency planning course, which is held in the springtime usually. So if anybody is interested in that, any council is interested in the emergency planning setup, then it would be an opportunity to get on a course. Yes, if nobody wants to go, then we're obviously prepared to go.
I found a lot of things rather waffle, not very relevant. But I mean, in principle, I think it's a good idea.
But did it help you? I mean, did you learn anything which would assist with our hurricane?
Yes, in a sense there was. I learned how little we are prepared in terms of, contacts and sources and names and things, and what the procedure would be. So I found that quite interesting. I mean, it's a whole network of things that I didn't even know was there at all. And of course you can have liaison between different villages and different parishes, which would be useful.
Well, if Mr. and Mrs. Cox are prepared to go, I think this time we ought to get them to report back to us at the next meeting so that we decide what, if anything, we should do about it.
We must express our gratitude.
Indeed. Indeed. You do get a free cup of coffee and a biscuit. Is that a lot? Well, yes, as regards APM, the only other thing was that arrived today.
I think you might announce that during the next meeting.
Yes.
It affects everybody. Right. Can we declare the AGM at an end? 8:05.
proceed with the annual general meeting, the talk of the Working Men's Club. The newer members of the village won't remember the Working Men's Club. It was a shed which is situated just off the lane which leads to the allotments. Originally, certainly, it was men only. It was definitely not encouraged that ladies should attend. There was a snooker table, some chairs and tables, and quite serious drinking. A summary of events. It was closed many years ago now, which I actually sat there while it was closed, and I've regretted that ever since. That I didn't make more strenuous efforts to keep it open, because personally I saw people there which I didn't see during the rest of the year, which I very much regret. I regret that we don't have a pub here, and on account of the drink and drive, it makes it extremely difficult to have a drink anymore in Foxearth. And any move to reopen such a place, I personally would welcome. But it died because of a lack of support and because of continual break-ins. And I think that with the difficulty of keeping this hall open, to add yet another building to it would put an additional strain on people's time and resources. There was some move at the end of that meeting when when the Working Men's Club was broken up to try and reconstitute it down here. But at that time, for reasons which I was never really quite clear about, there was a good deal of difficulty relating to people who supported the village hall and those who supported the Working Men's Club. And it was suggested that ladies should be included, and that things like revolutionary idea like a carpet and some soft chairs might be included. I understand there's a sum of money still sitting on a current account in the Barclays Bank in Sudbury, which is going to waste to that extent, which is also a pity. If anybody has any ideas, I'd be grateful to hear from them.
Could we hear perhaps first from Mr. Campbell Lambert about his conversation with Mr. Ward, which was in the minutes of the last meeting?
Yes.
Could you refresh my memory?
Yes.
This was the last lady out of the parish council in 1986. We discussed the closure of the men's club and the possible reopening, and you agreed to approach Mr. Ward as to what his views might be on that subject.
I have not approached him, but of course I will do so. I'll be there next week to go.
Does Mr. Ward actually own the village?
Yes, it was let the Working Men's Club. Tell me if I'm wrong there, times ago.
Well, as far as I'm aware,
that's but what might be described as a nominal rent. Since when a padlock has been put on it, and as far as I'm aware, has remained shut from that day to this, except for when the water burst open and it got flooded inside, and it's still shut. I shudder to think what it did to the structure of that building, but it's been locked ever since. Whether it's a suitable building or not, I would question.
Isn't the first question, Chairman, whether there would be in Foxearth support for a social club? I mean, unless you know there would be support, there's no good at worrying about premises or equipment or anything of that sort. If there's a desire for a social club and people want to give up watching their televisions and come and join together in social activities and talk to each other, that's fine, then it can be pursued further. But I would have thought, until one is sure that that is a desire in the village, i.e. there will be enough support And from that support will come voluntary chaps to do this and that and the other, which we need to be doing. I think we're wasting our time without that information.
But I have a vote, a ballot vote.
Yes, I think we need a list of members or members of the village as a whole, not just of the people here this evening, who would actually physically, as Mr. Collins was saying, get up out of their armchairs and walk across the road to wherever this is. And I think it's got to be much more appealing than the Working Men's Club. The Working Men's Club died for natural reasons, I think, and arguably should remain dead and buried as such. But a social club has got to be of a higher standard of building, and it's got to be welcoming. It's got to be the next best thing to a pub. But even in places like Belsham, St Paul's, where they have an excellent village hall and really super facilities, is it packed out? I don't know.
2 or 3 books. Well, I think the problem with it really is that you're now competing. I mean, the club has been closed, I guess, like 10 years, and you're now competing in a totally different market. I mean, every pub is doing food.
Yes.
The range of drinks that you would have to stock, I think,
yes,
would be prohibitive.
Yep.
In terms of cost. I mean, I'd love to see it back.
And also, you've got to have
the support, but really,
you've got to have something to offer people. The ambience, the comfort, the area that you're in. I mean, it's the sort of place you'd like to bring your family to. You would enjoy an evening. I mean, with greatest respect to the village hall, which is the best building that obviously comes to mind, it isn't really suitable. I mean, it's for a village hall. It's got a platform, and it's for this sort of thing, but not really for a social club. Therefore, what are you asking people whether they're interested in? You've got to give them something to go on as what the plan would be. And where could you hold meetings of the social club in Foxearth?
Perhaps the answer initially is to have more regular social functions rather than a social club and try and use the village hall more regularly. I know an attempt is being made at the moment. The new village hall committee are working hard.
Well, there have been very good functions. I mean, that one the other day with the expert on antiques and so forth. And we can all remember occasions in the past when it's gone very well.
And here we're really talking about 364 days in a year, aren't we? That's an awful lot of voluntary time.
We're effectively talking about running a pub, and I think we're up to it.
Provides bar staff.
You're talking about Jim and Pink, isn't it?
Yeah.
He used to donate an awful lot. He never charged for the licences and things like that.
No, that's right.
And he hardly covered costs, I know that. I think if you were doing it on a regular basis, I'm not sure what a long it is.
Yes. I mean, he's got to be properly supported, this chap, hasn't he?
That's right.
To get fed up. If he comes down here with all his things, and there are 3 people that have 2 halves each, it'll all very quickly fizzle out.
And of course, also in theory, who comes down here?
Where we left it when you last came was that I was going, together with Mr. Cox here, to go and talk to the Brands who are in the field at the back here. I met John and Peter Brand there one morning, and in a nutshell, they weren't too happy. They acknowledged that there was this demand, but didn't really want it on their land. The main reason being was that they'd already received complaints from other householders about the noise of children playing on that ground. And the prospect of formalising that into an official playground, they thought would create even further trouble. So in a nutshell, they said that they were not at all keen for it to take place there. When I asked them where did they think that it could happen, they came up with 2 suggestions. Number one, it should be in the school grounds, where it is already mowed, it is already set up, and they've already got playing equipment there. Or alternatively, in what was, or what is left of the cricket ground, which is the meadow beyond, on the left, just on down in the village. I think very largely that latter suggestion is a non-starter. The school suggestion has thrown up all sorts of problems with the Essex County Council, in that they want it properly supervised, they haven't got insurance, and in a nutshell they have said no. And so at the end of the last parish meeting, the same people, namely me and Mr. Cox, were charged with the idea of approaching somebody else with a view to it happening. I think the likelihood of us being successful is getting increasingly remote, to be honest with you.
It seems a shame there are an awful lot of children in the village that could do with a meeting ground so as adults like to meet. I can't say, I mean, we back onto that field. The only children that go over there that I know are the two living children and my child. They're two 8-year-olds and one 6-year-old. They're only over there every day like that. I can't see what noise has been made in the past to any great extent, not from 3 little boys playing.
Our difficulty from the council point of view is that in the event of them saying no, we have no power to force them to do so, and I'm not sure we'd want to do so even if we had the power. We haven't got the money to buy it, and so we're talking about renting it, and we can't force them to rent it to us. And the minute they say, well, no, we'd rather not, I think we're in some difficulty.
Is there nothing we can do through the council, the county council? So anything that around theirs that we can use, no council land at all?
Going back in history again, the risk of boring everybody to death, that was the cricket field.
Yes.
In the good old days.
Yes. But perhaps there's a difference between having, older teenagers and men playing cricket and little boys running around with dangerous electricity supplies.
For example, yes. Yes, I haven't got that far, I must say.
Yes, when it was used as a cricket field, there was no substation.
There wasn't traffic on the road would be exit there, wouldn't it? Remember traffic coming around the corner, just not on.
I think through the chair, we also have a problem with the city that could find a site for the playing field. We have the problem of the maintenance of that playing field for generations.
Well, we haven't even got that far yet. I mean, we think we can start rapidly about for some grants and what have you. Right, are we done with that item then? Any other thoughts?
Is there anything to infer that with regards to the brewery site? Planning it
So there's a development control subcommittee meeting. On the 10th of May, at which the applications were approved. That is a conversion of the existing office building to dwelling house, an existing house and office, 3 flats. The erection of 1 dwelling house and garage, part of the former brewery. And that was approved. And the applicant is to be advised that the local planning authority would wish to see industrial or an employment generating use on the remainder of the site if further development is considered. And that sort of goes back to some of the problems we envisage, whereby the developer really wants to make the most out of this initial phase one development as he can. Just in case he can't get planning permission to build houses on the rest of the site. So Braintree, the planning authority, is still pushing for industrial use of the rest of the site.
Is there anything that the parish council can do in the village as a body with views sort of on that, with the fact that there are some to be industrial, as we spoke about before, it really would sort of benefit the village more for housing and bringing more people into the village rather than people from outside to work during the day and to go away in the evening. Is there anything that you can do to change their mind to let them know that at least the feelings of the village, that is the feeling of people here?
Have we written with our views on that? And to that extent, the remark in here, therefore, is disregarding our wishes on that. Have we asked for that area to be included in the village envelope? Yes, we are doing. That, I think, is the answer to your question, is that if we apply to have it included in the village envelope, we would have more power to affect events. As I understand it, the position is that if the developer, he will do phase one.
Yeah.
When he's done that, he then has to go through the motions of offering it as an industrial site. If there are no takers after, shall we say, 12 months, he's then able to go back to the authority and say, well, nobody wants to be working in this place. I've got this land, I've got nothing to do with it. Will you now accept perhaps a bit more of it as residential? And he will keep chipping away at it. He has promised to go away with his architect, produce some drawings, some layout drawings as to what they would build there. And if you remember at the meeting that you were at, we requested that it was a mix of houses and not just all 5 bedrooms attached, and that there was all sorts. They were quite happy about that, and they said they would do that. And personally, I was quite impressed by Mr. Blackie, who is the architect, who is a local individual and is not at all enthusiastic about the idea of spoiling Foxearth. And they said that when they got some drawings to show us, they would let us know. And I suggested to them that they came to a full meeting of the council rather than just Stuart Ham and myself. So, A, we could meet these individuals, because the word developer in inverted commas to most people means some chap with a long tail and a fork. And in fact, I personally thought that he didn't fall into the usual mould. He was a chap who turned up in a pullover and didn't turn up in a Rolls Royce. I quite like the chap. He lives in Bures. He had the feeling of the local villages. He's not a chap who swept down from London who wants to ruin the place. When he comes, let's have a look at him and his plans.
Imagine that's what a village envelope is.
Sorry?
What is a village envelope?
A village envelope is the area for planning, and I'm conscious of the fact that I've got an expert who's looking at it very closely at this moment, which is, it is possible to build within that envelope. Outside, it is more difficult to do so.
Really the boundaries of the village.
It's a thick black line which they draw around.
Virtually, yes. Once you're outside the envelope, you're into
green
well, in effect, yes. Open countryside they consider to be. And that falls then within a completely different planning policy. I.e. it's agricultural land and they would resist breaking any development.
But within that black line, and it literally is a thick black line which they actually mark on the plan, and you can go along and get a copy of it.
it would contain areas which are not yet built on.
And it's not the brewery already within this big patch?
No.
It's within the preservation area, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
It's within the preservation area, isn't it?
We have a map of the
I believe you're right. I believe you're right.
We have a map which shows a preservation area which takes in most of the village.
Yes. Is that the old village plan with a picture of Mrs. Grange's lodge on the outside?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I believe you're right.
Well, at least that's in a separate document, but
yes,
we've certainly got
but the plan is sort of tucked into that, or was originally.
I forget what it's done.
Yes, also, I think that the village plan that you have is not a document which they have to follow. The new plan which they're doing, which has some other name,
it's policy rather than guide.
Yeah.
The original one was a guide.
Yes, you're right. Yes, it's called Village Guide.
Village Guide. Whereas the new document, which they're in the middle of preparing, will be something which they have to follow.
See, we are due a public meeting. We were due a public meeting earlier this year to discuss the new village envelope. It had to be, that meeting had to be postponed because having staffing problems at Braintree. We are promised that the whole process will be reopened during the autumn, so we would expect an open meeting during the autumn where you are all invited to come along and give your views on what should constitute a village envelope.
Yes, I'm very keen, incidentally, if I could say so, that people turn up at that meeting and that we do bring pressure to bear upon them as to exactly what we do and what we don't want on that brewery, because they are still pressing us with a view to, this is one of the reasons why they kept it out of this envelope, that they could then have a more liberal view, i.e. their view, as to what should go on there.
Yes, the meeting that we had, that they said they were going to come back to, they were quite keen to have that area hatched as a public consultation site.
Yes.
And they were quite keen to find out what the views of the villagers would be, but of course we've not been able to have that meeting.
But when it happens, I should like droves of people to come here and say they want residential development there.
If we were to support this chap with his residential buildings on that site, do you think he might sort of feel grateful and build up a shed in the corner somewhere?
Yes, that's a grabby thought.
I'd be very keen on village life.
Yes, we haven't entirely forgotten it. We didn't think at the first meeting that it was something we ought to bold to him, particularly as he'd only done phase one, he wouldn't have any money. But if we were going to support him on his residential, I needed to say he can make more money out of residential than he will out of block up sheds. That Stuart Cameron and myself have entirely forgotten something.
I mean, one look-up shed might be classed as sort of helping some unemployed people get some work of some sort, even if it's involuntary.
Yes, a brick built 3-bedroom pavilion.
That is formalised in large developments, open above board. It's a perfectly legitimate manoeuvre, which developers do with councils all the time, and they offer to build village halls and goodness knows what as a quid pro quo getting consent. And so the idea wouldn't be entirely foreign to them, and as I say, Stuart and I haven't forgotten the idea. We need... I don't think there is enough room to do it on the land that they own. And if they did any work for us, it would have to be on land rented from somebody else. That's the snag. If they got 20 acres or something and we wanted one of them for a playground, that would be a different ballgame.
Just get back to our social club that was put up earlier. Perhaps you could get the developers to do something with the shed. The lock up. They do it. It wouldn't be very expensive.
It's possible.
I think it's more than just making it secure there now. There would be considerable work bringing up the public house down. No, I mean actually demolish the shed that's there, put a new...
But then again, that provides Mr. Ward's happy to do that. Yes, but then it's a shed. I mean, I'm sort of quite happy with somebody to go to a big building.
It's a wonderful idea. Anything else on people's minds? Right. Well, thank you very much for coming. And please come again when the planets descend on us. Thank you.
This is the old chapel house, built around 1800s, early 1800s, now used as a garage. It was disused as a chapel in the early 1950s. This is Chapel House, the home of Irene and Wilfred Braybrook.
My name is Wilfred Braybrook and this is my wife Irene. We have lived down in Foxearth for 31 years and previous to that my home was in Pentlow.
What did you do for a living, Will?
Well, the biggest job I had was up the brewery for 20 years as a driver.
Oh, yes. Now, you served in the Royal Navy,
I served in the Royal Navy on corvettes and frigates.
That was during the war?
During the war. Yeah. On convoys and escort and minesweepers and mine layers and survey vessels.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now, Irene, where were you born?
Oh, I was born in a place called Brockley, near Crofton Park in London. And I was bombed out, so I had to come down here.
But a bomb hit your house, did it?
Yes.
Actually hit the house, didn't it?
One of the early V1s.
What was a V1, was it? Oh, yeah.
V1,
yeah. Were you in the house?
No, not that time.
No.
And I was down here about a week, and my son Graham was born.
Oh, yes.
And over the years, he's got married, and now we have 2 lovely grandsons.
Oh, well done. Well done. This is Lower Hall, home of Anne and Keith Stamp.
My name is Keith Stamp. I'm a solicitor and I practice in Sudbury. And my wife, Anne, is an antique dealer also in Sudbury. We've been in Foxearth for about 9 months. I came here from Sudbury itself and have lived in Suffolk for about 20 years. I suppose before that I would say that I came from London, although before that I did my national service in the army, served in Cyprus during the emergency around 1956-58. From there I went to university, to London School of Economics, where all good radicals are raised, and after qualifying as a solicitor came to Suffolk in 1967. And we've lived here virtually ever since. And I think, and we've raised our family basically as Suffolk children, really, haven't we?
Yes, certainly the last two. Hello, my name is Anne Stamp, and as my husband said, I run an antique shop in Sudbury, which is about 4 miles from here. Originally I came from Scotland, but at school age we came down to Kent, where in fact I grew up and went to school and met my husband. We spent some time in London, and we now have 3 children who are more or less on their own now. They are 19, 21 and 26. The boys came first, and our eldest son works with my husband at his company. The second son is an estate agent, and my daughter is just waiting to go to college, where she's going to study the valuation of fine arts. I shall look forward to this because she'll be able to help me in the business, I hope.
Unpaid help.
Unpaid help.
Yes, I think that it's one of those accidents, I suppose, that you can't quite explain as to why you end up in a particular place. I think our basic reason for coming to Foxearth was that the house we liked was here. You've already seen the front of the property, but what might at first sight appear to be a somewhat intimidating facade, in fact conceals a Tudor property. And indeed, I would say that having looked at the attic and the way the roof is constructed, it's almost certainly what's known as a hall house. So it's probably of 16th century origin at the very latest. And the Victorian facade was probably erected in mid-Victorian times, about, I should think, 1850. But strangely enough, when I first started negotiating to buy the house, I discovered that it had belonged to a local insurance agent, a man called Rowe, CJN Rowe, who has a business, or had a business, in Melford. And he'd owned this property for some time, certainly from the late 1890s until the late 1950s, when the former owner, Harold Ward, I think, bought it with his wife. Although I think Mr. Ward must have lived in the property before he actually bought it. But I had some plans from Rose which showed that a lot of the extensions and so on were put on in about 1899 to 1900. So it's, as you know, Mr. Hastie, having been inside, it's not a Victorian house at all. And it's all the better for being concealed, perhaps. Now,
this is Orchard Cottage, home of Kenneth and Mays Colby.
I'm Mr. Kenneth Colby, and this is my wife Maisie. We lived in this house all our married lives. We brought up 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls.
What did you do to work, Kenneth? What did you?
My work, first of all, I was gamekeeper. Then my governor retired, and then I went manservant and looked after him for the rest of his life, till he died.
Yes. Now, army service, Kenneth. You was in the army, I believe.
Yeah, I was called up. I was in France at 19, called up in territorial. I got wounded in...
In 19 when was you in? 1939, did you say? Yeah. You went to France? Yeah.
And I wounded in Belgium, and I came out of there in the Havre just 2 days before Dunkirk. I rejoined my regiment when I was fully recovered, and we went to North Africa, and we went then to Italy, Sicily, right through, up the peninsula, been to Tunis when the war finished.
Oh, yes.
And I came back to Austria, where I finished my army career.
Yeah, what regiment was you in?
The 58th Medium Regiment.
Medium.
Royal Artillery.
Royal Artillery. Oh, yeah. Yes. Now,
when I got home out of the army, I played football for about 2 years for the British team.
that's Foxearth. Yeah.
And then the cricket came up, which just after the war, everything was not much money. So my wife, she did the teams, she did the scoring. I was captain for several years. Then my 2 sons got big enough to play with me, which I was proud of. And we had a jolly good team. And everything went really well till I got too old. I couldn't see the balls. And I told Mr. Hastie, that was it, I'm packing up for next year. So I did.
This is Brook Hall Farm. This is Brook Hall Cottage. This is where I live, Gordon Hastie. Hello, my name is Gordon Hastie. Most people call me Tom. I was born near Castle Douglas in Coopershire, that's Scotland, and my family moved down to Bulmer in 1936, and then from Goldingham Hall, Bulmer, my father moved here to Brook Hall in 1941. I left school when I was 14 years old and come to work on this farm and have worked here ever since. I've seen a lot of changes on the farm. My first job was driving away, as we used to call it, in the harvest field. That is leading the horses with an empty wagon out to the field and fetching a loaded one back. Hobbies. I like video, doing this thing, and ordinary camera work. I used to play cricket for Foxearth for about 30 years, and Long Melford for 7 or 8 years. One of the stories I like to tell, when I was a lad during the war, I counted 700 American flying fortresses going off to bomb Germany, and right over here, and well, a wide stream of them. The history books say that there was 1,000 bombers went over here, but I only saw 700. I counted 700. 10 men in each. That meant 7,000 men flew over the top here. What else? Oh, I like to go to the pub. I go to Pinky Arms, Pentlow. Also, Railway Arms, Cavendish. I think there's much more I can say. This is Huntsman's, home of Jim and Vivian Hastie. Huntsman's was probably named after Thomas Huntyman, who owned this place in 1404.
Right. Hello, my name is Jim Hastie. I work at Brook Hall. I lived here all my married life. My hobbies are cutting grass and feeding that wood burner. I think that's about all I've got to say. I don't know what else I do for... No, I don't think I do much else. Go on, Vivian.
Well, my name is Vivian Hastie, and we have lived here for 35 years since we married. We moved in after we married in 1953. Before that I lived in Glemsford, just a village away. I was born there. We've got 2 daughters. The oldest daughter has got 2 children, so we've got 2 lovely grandchildren, a boy and a girl. But they live in Helsted. The youngest daughter is working in Switzerland. She's a journalist. She'll be coming home soon to be married in the village church. That's September the 3rd, this next month. Oh, sorry, we've got a lot of trouble with the little flies. Very hot day. Well, I think now you'll come inside and see our little house. You're now indoors at Huntsman's, and this is our sitting room. We're now in the dining room, and the furniture was bought in 1950. Then this is the kitchen, and this is a Rayburn cooker, which will burn mostly wood that my husband gets. It will burn solid fuel, and we cook and heat the water with it.
This is Rose Cottage, home of the Spender family. This is Primrose Cottage, home of Mrs. Lyons, who is the mother of Mrs. Spender.
I'm Dirk Spender, and this is my wife Margaret. 2 sons, Andrew and Philip. We lived here for about 20 years, and I'm an electronics engineer and work for one of the local authorities. My general hobbies are amateur radio, which is the large mast behind me, and I contact quite a number of people all over the world on various frequencies, and have quite a number of friends who do the same hobby. I have been engaged in amateur radio for about 20 to 25 years, I suppose. All in all, it's quite an absorbing hobby. Also do a lot of gardening. We have quite a large garden here, about 3/4 of an acre. But I tried to do a bit of each, although according to my wife I don't do enough gardening, I do too much amateur radio. Other than that, I spend some considerable time with the Essex Naturalist Trust, as I'm one of the secretaries of the local branch, and I've been interested in natural history most of my life. We tend to run the garden on natural history lines rather than neat and tidy ones. I suppose that's about the lot from me, really. I can't think of a great deal else to say. Rather like living in Foxearth. It's quite a nice, quiet sort of place. And it's out in the country still, which is, from my way of thinking, a very good thing. Don't know what else to say, really. I have been travelling around the world quite a lot, but now work locally in Bury St Edmunds, and I visited quite a few countries in my travels, but I've been working in Bury now for the last 2 years, and will possibly remain working locally, rather dependent on the various conditions that one has to work under, I suppose. Other than that, try to spend as much time as I can doing the things I like to do. I think probably about time you said something, Margaret, isn't it?
Well, as you know, I'm Margaret Spender, and I work locally at the Sue Ryder home at Cavendish. I do night duty mainly. My hobbies are swimming, and I read a lot, and look after the family. That really takes up all of my time. I quite like living in Foxearth. I'm also secretary this year of the Foxearth and District WI, which is rather a small institute here, but I enjoy that. And I help in the Pentlow Play group. I know most of the people, I think, in Foxearth, and I think they more or less know me. Mainly because both our children went to Foxearth Village School. I really think that's about all that I can think of. Hand over to you, Philip. What have you got to say?
My name is Philip Spender. I go to Billingham School. I started off going to Foxearth School, which is a small village school. And now I go to Hedingham. I was doing the A-levels now, and I'll be in the upper sixth when I go back to school. And I'm doing biology, physics and maths, and I'm getting on okay with that. And I hope to go to university, or I may just take a job, depending on how it goes next week. Yeah, I like living out here because it's nice and quiet. I don't really enjoy living in the city. It's just nice and safe place to live, really. That's about it. And? Well, my name's Andrew Spender, and I've lived in Foxearth here all my life. I go to college at the moment. I'm doing computer science and business subjects, hoping to maybe get a degree and be a manager of some branch of some company somewhere. My hobbies are computing. I've got a computer here. I like to do a lot, but I've that with friends too. I like to play pool up at the pub, Pinker Arms, and I've got a part-time job down on a farm in Belgium, which I spend a lot of time there because I finished college this year, and I won't be going back until September. So I'm working there quite a bit now, every day. I'm renovating a house, and it involves stacking bricks and a lot of hard manual work.
You do have other help, don't you?
Yes, yeah. A couple of my friends are working there too. I also like to go swimming when I can to Sudbury, the local pool. And well, I don't mind doing a bit of gardening now and again. I suppose I get forced into it quite a bit. Yeah, I like to see the garden looking nice, weeding here and there, and mowing the lawns. I like pets. I mean, we've got a dog and a cat, and some chickens running around.
Don't forget the birdies.
And birds too, yeah. And I enjoy living in living with animals and looking after them. Yes, I suppose that's about it.
Just one thing, we did forget to mention that Andrew and Philip are identical twins, in case you wondered why they're so alike. And of course, what are you? You're 18 next month.
Yeah, we'll be. September.
Well, we're not going to tell, Derek and I are not going to tell you how old we are.
25 plus.
Over 21 anyway.